Let's get to it. So, a little bit of news here. A little bit of news. And we have, let's get into William Schmidt real quick. So I know who's William Schmidt. You know, I want to know where Travis Bazan is going. I want to know where J.J. Weatherholt is going. Now, William Schmidt was one of the higher ranked high school pitching prospects coming into this draft. And it was just announced not too long ago that he is going to be skipping the draft and he will be heading to LSU. He actually put a tweet out himself, and we actually can go take a look at that here. And taking a look, so as you can see here, he says, calling Baton Rouge, time for another natty. So there you go. And he was one of the highest ranked pitching prospects coming into this draft. He was ranked at number 16 overall. At one point, he was number 12. William Schmidt, there's definitely a lot to be excited about. I'm very excited to see what he can do at LSU. Big fastball, but arguably the best curveball in this entire draft. It's a hammer curveball, tons of movement on it, a ton of spin on it. You got a changeup to go along with it. The one question, at least I was having with William Schmidt, watching the video, I felt like there was a little effort in the delivery. That doesn't necessarily have to be a big deal, but the less effort, the less strain you're going to be putting on the joints, on the elbow and whatnot. I felt like there was a little bit of effort there. Let's see, maybe he can do something mechanically. I wonder if teams were a little meh about that. But also another thing too, right? He's pretty much a 3-pitch guy at this point, right? Definitely a big curveball, right? Good velocity, but he's really working with 3 pitches at the moment, whereas someone like a Cam Caminiti, he's working with 4 pitches at this point, and he's very young for the draft. He's still only 17 years old, and he's got big velocity. He's got a good slider and a changeup to go into his repertoire. So, it's kind of one of those things where Schmidt, yes, there were a lot of good things about him, but there were definitely some things with the scouting report that, maybe teams preferred some of these other high school pitchers that were on the board. And honestly, if you were to ask me why he is going to LSU, I'm thinking it's the signability. I'm thinking it's probably he was going a little further down the board a little bit. And I think he probably thought, you know what, I'm going to take a chance on myself. I'm going to go to LSU. I'm really going to put together a good season over there. I'll go back into the draft, whenever that next time comes. And hey, who knows? Maybe he could end up being a top 5 pick at some point down the road. We'll see. So he's betting on himself a little bit. Most likely, according to all the mocks out there, and a couple of people I've spoken to as well, he was looking like a late first round, maybe a competitive balance pick, early second round pick, maybe even a little further than that. So he's definitely taking a chance on himself going to LSU here, but we all know LSU, how good they are over there. I think he is going to be phenomenal over there. We will have to see how his career ends up going. We'll be back here in a couple of years, and we'll be talking about William Schmidt once again. But let's get back to the draft, shall we? Let's get back to the draft. So now the question is, all right, now that we've gotten that out of the way, who is going number 1? That is the big question with this. I mean, we always, seem to have this question every single year, right? Last year, you had Paul Skeens, you had Dylan Cruz, right? Everyone was thinking Dylan Cruz, overall everyday player. We all knew what Skeens could do, but, Dylan Cruz was that consensus number 1 for a lot of people. You started to see Wyatt Langford get into that conversation last year where people were thinking, okay, well, maybe they could sign Wyatt Langford, have him for the number 1 pick, maybe save a couple of bucks. And so there were like these late little rumors coming out about Langford, but in the end, Paul Skeens ended up going number 1, despite most people saying Dylan Cruz was the number 1 player in that draft. I do think Dylan Cruz is going to be an amazing player, but that's just how the draft is sometimes, right? And, there was a report last year as well when we were starting to tick down into the nitty gritty time. Dylan Cruz was looking for a lot of money, right? And so that comes into play when it comes with this stuff. So you're thinking, if you're the Pirates at the number 1 spot, You're like, well, you got this guy Paul Skeens here. This is a Steven Strasburg, a once in a decade kind of a guy. He's he'll take a little less money. Let's go with him, right? So now the question is, who is going to go number one here? So getting back to the top prospects over here. Here we go, sharing the screen. So the number one consensus is Travis Bazzana. What you're getting with Bazzana, you're getting an athlete. You're getting a complete hitter, a guy that can hit for both average, hit over 400 this past year in college. The guy just makes repeated contact all the time, but not just contact, hard contact, hits for power as well. You're getting a complete hitter with Travis Bazzana along with speed. So nothing wrong with that at all. The one thing that holds Bazzana back, now, I don't even want to say it holds him back, but it is something that comes up. He plays second base, right? Nothing wrong with, just playing second base. But you have to remember when it comes to drafts, right? You have to remember when it comes to drafts, teams like to build around shortstops. That is the highest value position in the game, right? You always wonder why, maybe some of you have thought this before in the last few drafts. Why is my team taking shortstops all the time? Why is my team, we've taken a shortstop 3 straight years now, or 2 straight years now. Why are we constantly picking shortstops? Because shortstops usually are the most athletic players when it comes to just on the diamond, right? So you might not necessarily be just drafting a shortstop. That player could be athletic enough that if he's able to handle short, he could maybe go play some center field. He'll be able to play second, so that's a guy. If you're drafting a shortstop, he could end up moving to other positions down the road. Take a look at Jackson Merrill, right? Jackson Merrill, perfect example. So those guys are the ones you build around. Now, Bazzana, right now, he is looking like just a second baseman. Some people think, okay, well, he's very athletic. He can probably go handle some center field. But it's not just being fast, right? You got to be able, I saw someone comment on one of my mock draft videos. I was about to say, you got to be able to run your routes out in the outfield. I still remember someone commented on my video saying, route running, you got the wrong sport, buddy. Like, okay, it's not that route running, okay? But, it's not just running after a fly ball. There's a bit of an art to it, right? You got to be able to take the right path. What's the quickest path to get to the ball out there? So there is that, a bit of a learning curve. So, yeah, he probably could athletically handle an outfield spot, but there's more to it than that. But right now, he's a second baseman, right? Probably not a shortstop at the end of the day. But with Bazzana, he's such a good hitter, and he's, a guy with a ton of speed. So you could maybe overlook that. So that's where, when you got a guy like J.J. Weatherholt just sitting there, right? A guy that also played a lot of second base this past year, but is a guy that is capable of playing shortstop, according to a lot of the scouts out there. He was going to be playing a lot of shortstop this year to get ready for the draft, but he had a hamstring injury. So that prevented him from that. He didn't play as much as he wanted to, but a lot of guys think out there that this is a guy very capable of playing the shortstop position in the major leagues. This is another athlete. He's very similar to Bazzana. Bazzana, as of right now, has more of that power projection, but when you look at Weatherholt here, you see the 65 hit. I mean, go look at his numbers from a couple of years ago. Off the charts. Guy put up ridiculous numbers, but he's also an athlete. He's got a 60 run, right? So with Weatherholt, yeah, like you see some similarities there with Bazzana, but with Weatherholt, he keyword might, have a higher ceiling because of that shortstop position there. So now the question is, what's the money looking like? What is the money going to be? Money talks, right? So with Bazzana, obviously, this guy has been the star for a while now. This is a guy that has been mentioned as the number one pick for a while, and rightfully so. This guy was an absolute beast in college, right? Coming over from Australia. This guy's been a beast wherever he's played. So with Bazzana, yeah, if you're in his position, you're probably looking for a lot of money. So what's it going to be? Are the Guardians going to want to pay him that money that he is looking for? Or do they maybe go for someone like Weatherholt who might help them save a few bucks, right? So the slot value for the number one pick is right at around $10.5 million. So I would imagine Bazzana is looking for at least 10. I would imagine. Maybe he takes a slight haircut. I don't know, though. At the end of the day, there's so many things that come into play with the agents and the negotiating. I guarantee Cleveland is still on the phone as we speak. I guarantee you that. They're making calls. They're trying to figure this out, right? However, I will say, I do think Cleveland is, if I were a betting man, I think right now it's down to Bazzana and Weatherholt, right? And I think it's just going to come down to the dollars at the end of the day. So we'll see. And don't forget also, these guys, these players, they also interview a lot, right? They sit down with all these MLB organizations and they're talking with them, right? So, teams, I mean, that could be big, right? When it comes down to, whether or not you're picking between a Bazzana or a Weatherholt. Maybe these organizations, they're sitting down, they're getting a feel for these guys, they're having conversations, they're breaking bread. Maybe there is a little something in the air, something in the room, when these guys leave, they get up, shake hands, all right, see you later, we'll keep in touch. Maybe these organizations, once these guys walk out the door, they think, that I like his makeup, right? I like what this guy has to say. I like the persona with this guy. Who knows? Maybe Cleveland, maybe that could be something that has come up a little bit too, right? Maybe, they like one of these guys a little bit more when it comes to the makeup. There's so many things that come into play, right? And that happens, in the other drafts as well. So that's not just baseball. So my bet right now is you're looking at Bazzana Weatherholt for the number one spot. I do think it comes down to money. There's probably, obviously, the interviews are pretty important there. Weatherholt, I will also say, the medicals are probably pretty important with him at this point, right? He dealt with a lot of injuries there. So could that be something that comes into play as well, right? Dealt with a lot of the hamstring issue last year, so could teams maybe be a little bit weary of that? And you also got to think with Weatherholt as well. Let's say Cleveland's thinking, all right, you know what? Maybe we could take him at number one. But maybe some of these other teams could be spooked by the injuries, right? And maybe there is a chance he could fall down the board. But that could play into Cleveland's favor a little bit, right? Okay, we got the number one pick. Your next likely landing spot could be, anywhere, who knows, maybe from 5 to 10. So that can come into leverage when it comes to the Guardians, trying to negotiate. So there's a lot of little things that come into play here. We'll have to see. And, we've had in the past as well. We have had in the past where you got the number one consensus guy and you say they fall down the board. Remember Kumar Rocker, a few years ago, right? A lot of people thinking this guy could be the number one pick, and he starts, slip sliding a little bit, right? And then he went to the Mets, and then he ended up not signing with them. All right, so there's a lot of things that could come into play here. Who knows? Maybe Bazzana could fall down this board. I mean, a lot of the, you got to remember here, we're about a half hour away from the draft, all right? Teams, they're looking to solidify things. And if there is a money figure that teams are not, happy with, or they're not feeling it, they're trying to solidify who they're going to take here with with their first round pick. So let's say Bazzana, I'm just throwing a scenario out there. Let's say Bazzana at this point, right? Let's say the Guardians, hypothetically speaking, let's say they like Weatherholt at this point. They like the money situation with him. They like they like the makeup. They think it's going to be a good deal overall, helps them save a little bit of money for the rest of the picks in their draft. They're set on Weatherholt. Now, Bazzana, right? Well, maybe the Reds, maybe they're already set on Condon, right? Even though Bazzana really fell to us. But you know what? We're set with our guy that we've already made up in our minds, right? Then, you go to number 3 with the Rockies. Yeah, we really liked him. He was really high on our board. But you know what? We've already set something here with this guy. No, we're good, right? So could you maybe see a bit of a slide where even though Bazzana is the number one player, what if we end up seeing him go somehow in the 5 to 10 range? Listen, I know everyone's probably looking at me right now thinking, what the heck are you talking about? We've seen crazier things. There's always something that happens in these drafts. There's always a weird thing. I mean, and then you got to look at the other point of view too. Go down the boards here, right? maybe in the 30, 40 range. What if one of those guys end up in the top 10, right? That's where, teams could be looking for deals, right? So if you go back to 2022, or was it 21? I think it was 2021. Frank Mozzicato. Who remembers Frank Mozzicato at number 39? Sorry, my screen is cutting it off a little bit if you can't see it. But Frank Mozzicato back in 2021 was ranked 39 overall on Pipeline's board. He ended up going number 7 to the Kansas City Royals. Who saw that one coming? No one saw that one coming, right? So could we have a situation like that tonight where, oh, you know what? Let's try and save ourselves a good amount of money. We'll go real underslot here for this guy. But that's what, Yo Gamer 45, I see you in the chat. Yes, Nick York, right? That was another one. That was a little later in the first round. I think that was pick number 17, if I remember correctly. But yeah, absolutely, right? What if like a Vance Honeycutt? Also, funny, I don't know what this was here. I don't know if anyone caught it today. This was a pretty funny thing. I think they were just testing. But did anyone else notice today that it said here under Vance Honeycutt, it said drafted 2024 first round and in number 2 overall? Did anyone else see that today? I posted it on my Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. I posted that today. I thought it was hilarious. I think that was just a test. But maybe, who knows? Maybe Vance Honeycutt, guy with a lot of upside, number 22 overall, maybe he could sneak into the top 10. Someone like a Ryan Waldschmidt could sneak in. So let me get back here to some super chats. I already saw a couple, so I'll come right back to this here. And let me actually get to these super chats here. Everyone, thank you for stopping by. We are about 30 minutes away from the beginning of this draft. We got 400 people roughly in this chat. If you could help us out, hit that like button, share the show if you can. If you're with us on Twitter, thank you for coming out and watching tonight. We had a couple of super chats here. Conman752, $5 super chat. Not just shortstop, but teams. Yes, Conman, yes, you are right. Thank you for adding that for me. Teams build up the middle. So yes, catchers are high value. Even center fielders, right? Talking about Vance Honeycutt. All right, again, that's a guy because he plays an elite center field. Maybe he could climb up that board a little bit, right? Or you go on to say here, Orioles had Adley and Gunnar and then surprised many people when they took Bradfield center field. Yeah, Bradfield, that was another one, right, where you kind of saw a bit of a shift there where teams, they used to go for like that power upside, right? But with Bradfield, he brings a completely different game. And teams, they're looking at, these rule changes that have been going on. And so teams are starting to value speed a little bit more, right? Putting the bat on the ball. I think, that I thought was a really interesting pick because I think it kind of opened the door for some of these guys in the future, right? Bradfield is by no means a power hitting guy, but teams are starting to look at that kind of a player now. And, so even someone like him, players like that are starting to get some more opportunities, more eyes on them, that speed aspect. But yeah, you're absolutely correct, Con Man. So it's not just shortstop. Shortstop is the main one, right? But catcher, right? Obviously, catchers are very important. And yeah, center field too. And second base does have value. I'm not saying second base is a dumpster of a position. I'm not saying that. But yeah, Con-Man, thank you for that $5 super chat. Andrew Ford, $20. Who do you see the Braves drafting? I'm going to be honest with you, Andrew. Thank you for that, $20. And Con-Man, thank you for the 5. With the Braves, they're at the number 24 spot. So you got to be thinking from the Braves' point of view. There's a few different ways you could go here, right? First off, you got to wait for the 23 picks to, come off the board first. Does anyone fall to you? Does anyone, that you thought maybe could be a top 10, even a top 15? Are they there at that spot? I know I was saying earlier, right? Maybe you're already set on a guy, but at 24, when you're deeper in that first round, you're staying as flexible as possible at that point, right? Because you never know what could happen with that pick. There's a lot of, I would imagine you're going to be getting a lot of last second calls, right? Last minute changes or whatever. So I think the Braves, I think you got to wait and see if anyone falls. I don't think you're going to see anyone in the top 10 fall to that. I would be stunned if that happens. That would be crazy. Could you maybe see like someone like Seaver King or Carson Benge fall to that spot. I think that's possible. You never know. Maybe like a high school pitcher like Ryan Sloan, who's number 19 overall. We've seen the Braves. They have shown they're okay taking high school pitching. So maybe someone like a Ryan Sloan could end up going there. I think for the Braves, they've been taking so much pitching as of late. I think it's easy for, us to say, okay, they'll just keep taking pitching, right? But who knows? Maybe something else happens, right? My mock, I had Jurangelo Senja going to the Braves. At this point, though, he's been appearing higher in some of these mocks, so I'm wondering if Senja ends up going a bit higher here, maybe in that mid, 10 to 20 range. I wonder, maybe the Mariners, if just Savage is off the board by the time the Mariners get there, maybe Senja ends up being the pick for the Mariners, right? But getting back to the Braves, my bet right now would be on a high school pitcher. I feel like just because of the spot that they're in, that seems to be a pretty safe bet. I would think Ryan Sloan could be someone there. Maybe a Cash Mayfield, who's number 30 overall on Pipeline. I think that's possible. Or I think a dark horse candidate could be the number 36 overall, Braylon Doughty. Is it Doughty? I'm going to say Doughty. I'm going to say Braylon Doughty in California. Guy's got a 55 fastball, 55 curveball, 55 on the slider. So he's got 3 above average pitches as of right now. So he needs to work on the changeup. So that's a kind of, where he's at on the board. And with the Braves spot, another thing the Braves like to do is they like to try and, maybe save a couple of bucks here and there. So I could maybe see them doing a bit of a reach like that. Could you maybe see like a Jonathan Santucci there? Possibly, you got a guy like Luke Holman at number 45 out of Louisiana State. Maybe that could be a bit of an underslot kind of a deal there where that can help them save the Braves some bucks, and maybe Luke Holman ends up getting a bit more money. We'll see. I would imagine just because of how much pitching they've been taking, I think you could see that. Now, if I'm thinking, if we were to go for a position player for the Braves, I mean, it really depends. Could Ryan Waldschmidt? I think Waldschmidt is going to go in that 10 to 20 range. I'm going to bank on that. But if he's there, I could see the Braves taking someone like him. If Honeycutt is still on the board at that point, I could see that possibly. Maybe a Tommy White. I don't know. Tommy White, I think, is really interesting. I think he could go in the back half of the first round. I think he could also be a competitive balance pick. I could see teams maybe doing a bit of an underslot deal, and maybe they pay him an overslot at the for the competitive balance. I think that's possible. So the Braves, they got a bunch of different ways. Right now, I mean, based off of how I'm feeling right now, I feel like they're going to end up with one of these high school guys. I'll say Braylon Doughty. I'll say maybe Luke, or if you're going to go for a college guy, I would say Luke Holman. I'm feeling like one of those two right now. We'll see. But it's going to be interesting to see how this all unfolds. But let's get to the rest of the top 10, shall we? Let's get to the rest of the top 10. So, taking a look here. Let's get back to the board. So, right now, and also, let me pull up the draft tracker. So, they have not updated this yet. So, let me actually, real quick, pull up the order here. So, going over the rest of the top 10. So, after Cleveland, I think right now it's either going to be Bazana or it's going to be Weatherholt. I think you could go either way right now with that. But after that, I think the Reds, I think Charlie Condon is going to be in Cincinnati. I just think that's going to happen, right? I don't know. I just feel like he is like the perfect pick for that spot right now. I mean, I think for the Reds, they have so many infielders in that system. I think at this point, take the power guy, take Condon. That bat was just ridiculous over the last couple of years. Guy was just hitting for so much power. It reminds me of Aaron Judge a little bit. Imagine when he fills into that frame, like over his 20s. Oh, man. Condon, he could end up being just a ridiculous power bat. The Rockies, I am set in my head on the Rockies going with a pitcher. I think it's either going to be Burns or Hagen Smith at that spot. I personally think that. I think the Rockies, them taking Chase Dollander last year, I think said a lot. I think because you're never going to get pitching in Colorado in free agency. Like, yeah, you'll get like some of these lower key guys, but I think for the Rockies, they're looking at stuff right now. And I think, when you got two guys like Chase Burns and Hagen Smith on the board with the stuff that they have, I think that's just, I know you don't draft for need necessarily, but with those two, those two are going to be high on every team's board, right? So I think the Rockies, I think it makes sense to go with one of those guys. Maybe Nick Kurtz, could end up going to that spot possibly. I could totally see Nick Kurtz at the Rockies. I would love that. That would be, in my opinion, like their next Todd Helton. I don't know. I love Nick Kurtz. Oakland, I think they're waiting to see what happens with Bazana here. Also JJ Weatherholt. I think they're going to be in that mix. I think Oakland is the next spot because at the end of the day, Oakland, they just need to draft best player available, highest upside. So that's where you're going to be looking at, the shortstop position, up the middle positions, right? So I think Oakland, whoever Cleveland doesn't end up taking, I think Oakland is going to end up taking the other one. So it's either going to be Bazana or Weatherholt in that spot. I'm not going to count out Nick Kurtz at Oakland. I know that they have been connected for a while. Oakland really likes Nick Kurtz. So I think he could be in the mix at that spot. We'll see. I think the White Sox are really interesting here. My bet is Jack Caglione at that spot. When you were taking a look at some of the reports coming out over the last couple of weeks, supposedly the White Sox and Jack Caglione, they had a good meeting. They had a good breaking of the bread. So my bet there, especially with the power upside, I feel like the White Sox, Caglione, he's like a face of the franchise kind of a guy. I just see it. I can't really even explain it. But I think for the White Sox, getting a power guy like that, just a freak at the plate, I could see something like that. Or they go with a very high upside pick. Look at where the White Sox are as an organization. But then you could also make the argument too. Maybe the White Sox, maybe they're not as far away. I'm going to get people turning heads here. Maybe they're not as far away as you might think. They've been bringing in a ton of prospects here, and they're about to bring in more prospects within the next couple of weeks here. They're going to be replenishing that farm even more after Garrett Crochet is traded, after maybe Luis Robert is traded. I'm just saying, man, the White Sox, they're going to be adding some talent here, so maybe they're not as far as you might think, maybe in the next year or two, probably 2 years, I would say, for the White Sox. So I could see them going with a college player just because of all the prospects they've been bringing in that are getting close. The Royals, they made that interesting trade yesterday with sending Caden Wallace, their number 2 prospect, to the Washington Nationals, getting Hunter Harvey for their bullpen. I thought that was a nice move for the Royals. A lot of people thinking, wow, the Royals, they gave up their number 2 prospect to get a relief pitcher. Well, the Royals farm, man, it's not very strong, right? I thought that was a pretty interesting move, but that shows to me they're really just trying to win, right? They're trying to put their best foot forward. Hey, good for the Royals, they made a pretty aggressive move there. And, giving up their competitive balance picks. So, going back down here, number 39, this was the Royals pick here. So I think this is interesting. The fact, like, the Royals, what could they be planning here at number 6? The fact that they gave up Caden Wallace, who I thought was a pretty good hitter. I thought could be a guy that could end up coming up in the next couple of years. Good hit tool, gets on base, just needs to tap into the power a little bit more. So what could the Royals be thinking here? They gave up basically, they gave up a high draft pick and a guy that, could be in the major leagues in the next year or two, right? So I wonder what Kansas City does here. Could they, I was even thinking this in my head. I was, just going over scenarios. They gave up a third baseman in Caden Wallace. Who knows? Maybe Cam Smith ends up going into this spot, third base prospect in this draft. I don't know. I'm not saying that's how it works necessarily, but it'd be kind of funny if that's how it worked out. So the Royals, I think they got an interesting pick here. I definitely think they could go pitching. We'll see. All right. Cardinals, I think, is really interesting. Cardinals, they could go a lot of different ways here. This is, again, getting back to the Guardians and the Royals and the Reds, these three teams are in contention right now, right? The Reds are within a few games. The Royals, sorry, Royals fans, my Red Sox, you can't stop the Sox right now. I mean, I'm just saying, I can't wait to see who my Red Sox pick. But these three teams are in contention right now. So could that come into play here when it comes to the trade deadline, right? Because we don't usually see teams in contention picking this high, right? Usually it's those bottom feeder teams that are out of playoff contention picking up higher, right? Getting the picks, higher up in the draft. So I wonder if those could come into play a little bit. And with the Cardinals, they have a wild card spot right now. I wonder which way they end up going. Do they go for the higher ceiling, with a high school kind of a guy like a Bryce Rayner? Could you go with maybe a Connor Griffin at that spot? Or do you go with a guy that is getting pretty close to Major League ready, right? Let's say Nick Kurtz is right there. That could be the heir apparent to Paul Goldschmidt. There's a ton. Braden Montgomery is going to be sitting there, right? Braden Montgomery, I think, is going to be a guy that goes anywhere probably in that 6 to 10 range. Maybe he could go, the Oakland A's have been connected to Braden Montgomery, but I think more likely he's going to be in that bottom half of the top 10. So I could see the Cardinals, going with a guy like him or Kurtz. Maybe they could even go with a James Tibbs at an underslot possibly. Maybe save some money there. We'll see. I'm very interested to see what the Cardinals do because I feel like with the way their farm is and the way they are competitively right now, I could see them going either way, right? The Angels. I think the Angels are very interesting. Are they going to go with another fast-moving college player? I don't know. I don't know, man. I think for the Angels, if it were me running the show, I'm starting fresh. I'm emptying out that major league squad. I'm getting prospects in there. I'm going with the highest possible upside pick. If Bryce Rayner is sitting there at number 8 and the Angels go with, I don't know, man. Like, I would respect if they took, James Tibbs or Braden Montgomery. I think those would be all right picks. For me personally, if I'm running it, what do I know? I'm just a potato sitting at my desk. I'd go with Bryce Rayner, to be completely honest with you. Or I'd go with a Connor Griffin. I'd go with one of those guys, whoever you feel like is, a guy that who do you like more out of those two, right? That's what I would do if I'm the Angels, but I'm not running the Angels. Artie Moreno's running the Angels. So if Artie Moreno wants them to go draft a fast-moving college player, well, then okay. All right, we'll see what ends up happening there. Christian Moore, as someone that's gained a lot of steam over the last several weeks. I've even seen him mocked to the Angels in a couple. We'll see what happens with Christian Moore. That could be a possible player that goes there. I wouldn't doubt that at all. I think the Pirates are really interesting here. Very interesting. Also, one more thing with the Angels. I wouldn't count out Trey Savage if they were to go with a college guy. Could they go back to the pitching ranks, go get someone like Savage there? I could see that. Why not? For the Pirates, again, I think you could go multiple ways here. Now, this is where you're at the bottom of the top 10 now, right? And so you got to let things unfold here. And, I think they could go either way too, right? This is a Pirates team that's entering their competitive window. They're right there in the wild card hunt right now. I definitely think you could see the Pirates. They could go with a high school kid or they could go with a college guy, right? I think you could go either way there. I think they have that flexibility. They're in that sort of sweet spot, right, where they're just about to enter that competitive window, but they've built up that farm system. So you could really, it's really vanilla or chocolate at that point, right? Take your pick. Either one is going to be pretty good. Or do they go with a strawberry and pick something way under slot and just do something weird? Who knows? For me, with the Pirates, I would imagine it's either going to be James Tibbs or Braden Montgomery. If Bryce Rayner or Connor Griffin are still sitting there, I think those guys are in play. I think for the Pirates, you just take whatever your scouting department has come up with, whoever you think is your best available, you don't get cute with it. That's usually what you do anyway with the picks, but, don't get cute. I think for the Pirates, just take what you can get. And for the Nationals, rounding out the top 10 here, I think the Nationals, they're in another sweet spot here where they're very similar to the Pirates, where they're just about to enter that competitive window. They faded a little bit here over the last month or so. They're pretty much out of it. They're going to be sellers at the deadline. But again, that's a team where you got, James Wood, who just came up, Dylan Cruz. He's going to be coming up here probably in the next year or so. Maybe you even see him by the end of this year, possibly. You got some young guys starting to come up the pipe now. We'll see. The Nationals, I think if you have a Connor Griffin sitting there, maybe even Bryce Rayner, I think you could go that way. Or, hey, if you got Braden Montgomery sitting there, I think that could be good. Even Trey Savage, if you wanted to add some pitching, right? Hey, Patrick Corbin's going to be a free agent soon. Patrick Corbin, hey, guy's probably going to win a Cy Young this year. I'm just saying. I'm just kidding. I'm being sarcastic. But maybe they want to infuse some more pitching back into the system there. Get a guy that's going to, start moving up. Maybe a Trey Savage ends up going number 10 there. I think that's possible, right? So moving on, right? Before I get to the rest of the first round, I think we had another super chat coming in. Everyone, if you can, help us with the like button, share if you can. We're about to get started here. We're within 10 minutes of the start of this draft, so help us out here. Hit that like button for us. Manjit Singh with $1.99. Did you see Snell's outing today? Almost had a no-no. I was keeping track a little bit. I was more getting ready for the draft here tonight. Sorry, I was keeping my eye on the games going on today as best as possible, but I did see Snell was going today. But what was that final line for Snell today? Taking a look here. How about my Red Sox? I tried telling all of you, man. I tried telling all of you, don't count the Sox out this year. And here they are. But taking a look here. So is Blake Snell no longer Blake Smell? Is that done with? Have we moved on from that conversation now? Wow, look at that final line for Blake Snell here today. Sorry, I know it's cut off on my screen. I apologize. But 7 innings, 1 hit allowed, 8 Ks, getting that ERA down to a measly 6.31. But hey, good for Blake Snell. I think we might be in the conversation where Blake Smell is returning to Blake Snell. I think we're getting there. Sounded like he just needed some time. He didn't have spring training, right? So same thing's going on with Jordan Montgomery, right? What else we got here? What else we got? So moving on. We had another super chat, I believe, just come in. Jordan Stewart, $4.99. Will MKE do its usual and let the board fall to them to take BPA? Lots of college bats, Bange, Honeycutt, Waldschmidt, King. Yeah, that, when it comes to them, when it comes to the Brewers, man, it seems like they always tend to go with those college bats, right? That seems to be the sweet spot right now for, where those college bats might go. Bange, I have personally heard Bange could end up slipping into the 20s. We'll see. I think he still could find a home in the top, possibly in the top 15 or in that 15 to 20 range. I have been told personally that you could see a little slippage there. We'll see. Honeycutt, I think Honeycutt is really interesting in this, man, because, again, you see the tools. He's just got to hit the ball, right? So, Waldschmidt, I definitely think is possible there. He feels like a Brewer. You got Seaver King there, a lot of athleticism. I can see the Brewers really valuing that. If you're taking a look here, some of these other guys, could you see somehow, some way, James Tibbs falling down there? I don't think Savage would fall that far. I don't see that. But yeah, I think you're on the right track with that. I think it's going to end up being one of those guys. Waldschmidt, I'm very interested to see where he goes. I think, I could honestly see Waldschmidt maybe even going in that top 10 as like an underslot. Like, I could totally see the Angels maybe taking him if they wanted to go with a big underslot deal. Maybe. We'll see. I could definitely see my Red Sox going with him for sure, right? A guy that made a lot of hard contact in college last year. No, he's not going to have those beefy numbers like Bazana, like Condon, but Schmidt, he still put up a solid line at Kentucky last year. But again, teams, they're not really looking at the stats so much. They're looking at the metrics, right? They're looking at contact percentage, right? They're looking at the exit velocities. They're looking at the launch angles. They're looking at those things, right? They're looking at the speed. There's so many things that come into play. Don't just look at the stat line. That's probably the worst thing you can do when it comes to looking at college players. Look at Andrew Vaughn, right? Go back to Andrew Vaughn's numbers at Cal back in, 2018 or whatever it was, 2019. He had put up really good numbers, right? That doesn't necessarily mean you're going to end up being, a good player, right? And look what Andrew Vaughn, So that's a perfect example, in my opinion. You have to look, how hard are these guys hitting the ball? How much contact are they making? Are they chasing a lot? What's their plate discipline like? I think that's, in my opinion, I want to look at a player's plate discipline in college. I want to see what is their approach like at the plate, right? Are they taking pitches? Are they giving tough at-bats for these pitchers, right? Are they working these counts, right? How is their pitch recognition? How is their pitch selection? How is their swing selection? Those are the things I want to look at when it comes to a guy in college, right? High school, yeah, you look for those things. High school, a lot of the times, it depends, what pitching are they going up against? Are they in an area that's just breeding just really good pitchers out there? So that's another thing you have to think about with high school. But again, you're looking at the similar things, right? What's the bat speed looking like? What are the mechanics looking like? So yeah, pretty much back to what I was saying. Schmidt, because of the metrics, I think he ends up going a little higher. I think maybe he could be there with the Brewers. We'll see. But I think you're pretty much on the money there. I could see Banger King being there. We had another one here. The RoboBuck $2 super chat. Thoughts on Rhys Hins from the Reds? He has been going off. He's been going off lately. I wonder, if that could change the Reds' trade deadline approach, right? He is looking really good, right? This guy, who is it? Just him coming up and these pitchers don't know what the heck to do with this guy? I'm sure there will be an adjustment period for Rhys Hins at some point. We'll see. But I wonder, does that stop the Reds from going after a bat? Because they need a bat, in my opinion. Do they still go after someone like a Brent Rooker? We'll see. Even if it's like a platoon guy, right? Because they're going to get Friedel back at some point. So he'll be back in center field. But, could you, because you still got Fraley out there, right? Out in left, I wonder what they end up doing there. We'll see. We'll see. Storm Chaser Joe, how you doing, my friend? Rockies have to draft starting pitching. Dark Jaws. Hopefully the Cards get a starting pitcher. Let's talk about these pitchers. Let's talk about them. We have Hagen Smith, Chase Burns. Again, it's kind of like, what do you prefer here? Hagen Smith, he's not going to have as much of a repertoire. Oh, man. Also, the Orioles walked it off today. Gotta love that. Gotta love that. My Red Sox are now within striking distance of the division. Ladies and gentlemen, has anyone else noticed that the Red Sox are 4.5 back in this division right now? Don't say I didn't tell you. Don't say I didn't tell you. You all were sleeping on the Red Sox coming into this year. I told you, don't sleep on them. And here they are, 4.5 back. But getting back to this, Hagen Smith, Chase Burns. Smith, this guy's nasty from the left side. He's really working with 3 pitches at this point. Big fastball, big slider, has the splitter there. He throws occasionally to mix things up. But, man, what he did last year with Arkansas, my goodness, the way he was just mowing down these hitters against Oregon State, 17 strikeouts. That doesn't happen by accident, okay? Hagen Smith, I would like for him to add another pitch at some point. And when it comes to Chase Burns, there's a lot of effort in the delivery, but my goodness, the stuff is off the charts. Fastball, curveball, slider, has a good changeup to go along with it. Burns really I mean, take your pick here. You know, there's a bunch of different ways you could end up going. But for me, man, it's tough. It's tough. I think Burns, personally, I think he's going to end up with the Rockies. I would be surprised if he doesn't go to the Rockies. I think you could go Hagen-Smith as well. I think Burns, because he has, you know, more of the spin rates, he's got more. He's got that little bit of extra life when it comes to the fastball. I think with Burns, man, I think he's going to end up going ahead because of the stuff. But again, there is that effort in the delivery with Chase Burns. So I wonder if teams maybe see some injury risk with him. Maybe, you know, I've even seen scouting reports out there. They see some reliever risk with Chase Burns, right? Despite how good the stuff is. We'll see. Hagen-Smith, he's got a bit more of a, I would say, a natural delivery, right? He throws it with a bit more ease than Burns. So I wonder if that comes into play there. All right, we'll see. But I'm very excited to see what happens with these pictures. And Savage, too. I think Savage is really just a high floor kind of a picture here. He's got the 60 fastball. He's got the 60 slider. He's got the 60 splitter. He's got 3+ pitches already. You know, take a look at Gavin Williams. You know, you're looking at a very similar profile right there. So, you know, Savage, I think he could sneak into the top 10. I would personally think, I would imagine he is going to probably, his ceiling would be the Angels. Maybe. I don't think the Cardinals would take him. I think the Cardinals, if Burns falls to them, I could see that. Or they just go, probably, I would imagine these bats that could be on the board at that point, I think they're going to have more value than Savage, because Savage definitely can be solid, but I see more of a floor guy right there. So, Brian 35, this draft is so hitter heavy. There's a lot of good hitters, man. I mean, you even got someone like Tommy White, right? I mean, my goodness, Tommy Tanks. I mean, this guy was hitting great at LSU. You know, the one thing that holds back Tommy White, it was like no speed. You're really looking at, you know, a fastball or fast. What the heck? I just said fat. I don't even know what I'm talking about. You're looking at, with the fielding, you're not really looking at really anything there, right? You're looking at first base, left field. Oh, they're coming out of the podium. Emiliano Brito, $4.99. Who do you prefer, Samuel Basallo or Kobe Mayo, if you're the White Sox in a potential Crochet trade? You know, that's tough, man. I think if you're the Orioles, Emiliano, I think you would, I don't know. Because Kobe Mayo is close. So I really wonder, because at this point, with Kobe Mayo, I mean, he can step onto the field. I think you could put him out there right now, and I think he'll handle himself. So, but, you know, you're a little blocked at this right now. So I wonder if that is something. But I think Kobe Mayo is going to end up getting into the lineup probably next year. Basallo is farther away. If it were me, I would rather hang on to Kobe Mayo for me, and, you know, say, hey, Basallo, man, you're really good. You're going to be really good with the White Sox, right? That's who I would prefer to give up. I think other teams would prefer Mayo, though, because how close he is, right, to Major League ready. I don't know. I got a weird feeling about the Orioles going into this trade deadline. You know, I know we're talking draft here, but I'm just covering the super chat before we get things going. You know, when it comes to the trade deadline with the Orioles, you got to think about it with Crochet, right? What are the innings going to be looking like with Crochet? What are they going to be looking like when it comes to the postseason? Is that going to be a guy that's going to be able to start games, you know, for you and go into, you know, 6th, 7th inning? Or is he going to be a guy in the bullpen, right? Maybe he comes out of the bullpen, you know, pitches a few innings to start the game. That's something you got to think about with Crochet. It's the innings, right? You know, look at maybe some of these other guys. You know, Jack Flaherty, they ran it with him last year. You know, it wasn't amazing with them last year. There's not a lot of great options. You know, Jesus Luzardo seemed like the slam dunk guy, and who knows if he ends up getting moved at this point because of the back. I wonder, man. I think for the Orioles, yeah, Crochet would be nice, but again, do you want Crochet that's going to be pitching a few innings for you, or do you want to go get a guy that's going to go 7? I think you got to push for Tarek Skubal. I do. I think you got to really bang on that door and try to give them an offer they can't refuse. Look at Rob Manfred coming out of the barn doors with Adrian Beltre. I'm also going to try, everyone, I'm going to see if I can play the audio when they're doing the pick. So let me actually see what I can do here, because I think you can watch it. Oh, whoops. Okay, so yeah, I can play the audio while they're making the picks. So let me actually see really quick if I can do that. We got 700 people in this chat. Everyone, if you can, hit that like button for me. I'll love you forever. We had a big turnout last year. We had over 2,000 people in this chat last year. Let's see if we can repeat that again. But welcome, everyone. The draft is starting here. Rob Manfred is doing the introductions as we speak. I cannot show the draft. I will get annihilated with copyrights. I cannot do that. But I'm going to react to every single pick. All right, so real quick, let me see. I think I can do... Okay, I can add the audio here. We got another super chat coming in. Matthew Villarreal, how you doing, my friend? Thank you for that. Thank you for that. How do I add... Nope, that's a scene. Oh, here we go. Okay. Alrighty, so I think I can now play the audio for when the picks come up. So let me actually test this out.
Wave of stars to our game tonight. We welcome...
Okay, I can do the audio. All right, I can do the audio. We'll do that. I'll just play the audio for the picks. Okay, so here we go. Adrian Beltre is on the podium. Guardians are on the clock, everyone. The Guardians are on the clock. All righty. The Guardians are on the clock. Let me get to that super chat here. Matthew Villarreal, how we doing? $4.99. What splash do the Padres make at the deadline? Are they a postseason team? Yeah, Matthew, I think the Padres are definitely a postseason team. Absolutely. I think they're going to go after starting pitching. Right? I think Jack Flaherty, that's a pretty obvious guy in my opinion. Could they, get into the Garrett Crochet sweepstakes? Well, they're already trying to, according to reports, over the last several weeks here. So yeah, I think they're going to go for starting pitching. Honestly, I think that's going to happen. That's what I think. I'm going Jack Flaherty for the Padres as of right now. Con Man, thank you for the $2. I appreciate that one. Everyone, if you can, real quick, I'm just going to be getting this all organized here. If you can for me, hit that like button. Make sure that bell is turned on. Make sure you share the show. And if you are new, if you are just joining us for the first time, think about subscribing. We got the trade deadline coming up. We got a whole bunch of stuff coming up here. So, here we go. All righty. Now, let's share the screen. Okay. All right, so the Guardians are on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. They are on the clock. So I want to play it here. I'm just trying to think. How can I? Because I don't want to show it. I can't show it because I'll get hit with copyrights. So what I think I'm going to have to do is I'm probably just going to have to do this. Okay. Yeah, I'll just leave it like that. So whenever the pick is playing, we can just do that. Alrighty. What do we got here in the chat? Brian 35, my Phillies have a good offense, but we need pitching. Man. I don't know. I think the Phillies, man, I like their pitching. I mean, I never hurts to add a little bit more. But I think for the Phillies, I think you could add maybe something for the bullpen just to really tighten it up. I think starting pitching right now, I think for the Phillies, I think it's looking great. For me, if I'm the Phillies, I'm looking for a right-handed bat that can go up against some left-handed pitching, right? Brandon Marsh, I think, needs a bit of a platoon partner at this point. I could see a Taylor Ward. I could see maybe Lane Thomas, right? If the Nationals are okay with doing an in-division trade. I could see one of those guys, personally. Maybe a Mark Canha. I could see one of those three going to the Phillies. Brent Rooker, maybe. I could see that. I don't necessarily think you need to go Rooker. I think you can just go with a guy that's going to split the playing time with Brandon Marsh. So that's just where I'm thinking there. But it never hurts to add some pitching. The MLB channel. How you doing, my friend? Caglione getting picked first. You know, I was thinking it. I was thinking it a few weeks ago. I'm like, maybe. But nah, I don't think he's going to go first. I don't think so. So, we got Kylie McDaniel talking. This is the one time of the year where you get to see Kylie McDaniel be the star of the show. You always see Jeff Passan, but Passan's taking a back seat to Kylie McDaniel. I'm gonna say it right now. I might take an L here, but I think it's going to be JJ Weatherholt. That's just my thinking. I've had a couple of conversations with some guys. You know, the feeling seems to be Weatherholt out there. I think Bazana, yeah, absolutely. You can't take him out of the conversation here. But, yeah, that's kind of just where I'm at personally. So, I think you're going to see Weatherholt. That's just my feeling as of right now. I could be very wrong. I've been wrong a lot in the past. But yeah, that's just where I'm at. Really quick. Hold on just 1 second, everyone. I'm just trying something here. The Guardians pick is in.
All right. With the first pick of the 2024 MLB draft, the Cleveland Guardians select Travis Bazana,
They did it.
a second baseman
They did it.
from Oregon
They did it.
State
Okay.
University. The Cincinnati Reds have the next pick.
They did it. All right. They figured it out with Bazana. Okay, I just said a second ago, like, I'm wondering if it's going to end up being JJ Weatherholt. I did mock Bazana. In my last mock, I thought, you know what? They're going to figure this out here with Bazana and, you know, some guys I was talking to right there at the end. You know, they were thinking, you know, it could be looking like Weatherholt, but maybe they got something done here at the last second, right? But I know Bazana is definitely, you know, when you're in the position that he's in, it's just common sense. He's looking for a ton of money, right? But Bazana, going number 1 overall. Travis Bazana is the Guardians' number 1 pick. There it is, everyone. There it is. It is official. Travis Bazana going to the Cleveland Guardians. Yeah, I went with him as my number 1 pick in my final official mock draft. I just figured when it came down to it, you know, it's just the bat is that good, right? Now, I'm very curious to see what the money is at the end of the day. That's what I'm going to be looking at, right? Is it going to be a full slot? Is it going to be a bit of a haircut? My guess is it's probably going to be around $9.5 million. We'll see. Because I was thinking, right, with Bazana, his next most likely landing spot would be Oakland. Probably number 4, right? Oakland's slot value is at $8.5 million. So you're probably thinking, if you're the Guardians, right, his next home, number 4, $8.5 million. We can give him $9.5 million. He's going to make a million more than he would with Oakland, right? But the slot value is $10.5 million, so they would still save $1 million. So I was thinking, man, it depends. Like if Bazana was looking at, really going for as much as he could, trying to get that full slot, could that come into play and they end up taking Weatherholt? But hey, they figured it out. They came up with a deal. I'm gonna say they somehow came together at the last second. That's gonna be if we see some more reports later on. I wonder if they came together for a last second deal. Right? Bazana said, "All right, you know what? Fine. They were probably holding out for as much money as they could. I'm gonna say probably ended up at like 9.5 to 9.7. That's gonna be my guess. So I think in the end, Bazana's just a good hitter, man. He's so good. He's a complete hitter. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I think for the Guardians, it's their first ever number 1 pick in the draft. Don't get cute with it. Don't get cute with it, man. Bazana's number 1 overall. The bat is real. The power is real. It is what it is. Yeah, you could have gone Weatherholt there. Yeah, has that, that shortstop upside possibly. But at the end of the day, Weatherholt with the medicals, when it comes to the hamstring injury that he had last year, he's dealt with other things in the past too. Bazana has shown not just a good bat, but durability as well. I mean, everywhere he's gone, he's just always been there ready to play. So overall, I like the pick. I think it's a good pick. James Beavers, how you doing, my friend? How you doing? Christian, do you think JJ can go number 2? Well, now this is where it gets interesting, right? So I think you probably stick Chalk here. I think you go Charlie Condon. I think for the Reds, again, you don't draft for need, but, you already got so many infielders, so that doesn't necessarily mean, just because of that, you go outfield. But with Condon, he kind of just fits perfectly because, again, you have all the infielders in your organization, right? You got so many young ones. So it kind of just makes sense to go. Yes, you go best available, but it also helps that he is an outfielder, right? So I think you just stick Chalk here if you're the Reds. And, yeah, I think you just stick Chalk. Tim, who won the College World Series? My goodness, Tennessee. They look pretty good. Looking pretty good. The Reds pick is in.
He's got the best stuff in the draft. And that's why he went number 2 here to the Reds.
They went
the things that separate.
Oh my God! Oh, hold on. I messed up here.
The Cincinnati Reds select Chase Burns, a right-handed
Wow,
pitcher
they
from
went
Wake
Chase
Forest.
Burns. I can't believe they went Chase Burns. Wow, they did that. I mean, we had seen some connection there. I talked with Joe Doyle the other night here on the channel, and he did mention the Reds looking at Chase Burns. Well, now we have a really interesting situation.
Colorado.
Well, now the Rockies are on the board. I thought Burns was going to be there. Okay, well, look at the Reds. They're really beefing up that pitching in the system. Man, oh man. Wow. I did not expect this one, ladies and gentlemen. Chase Burns heading to the Reds. Okay. Well, the Reds have pitching for days now. Burns is probably going to be a guy you see up in the next couple of years, I would think. I don't think he rises as quick as a Paul Skeens. I still think there is some stuff there, right? The walks can creep up a little bit with him. Again, he has that effort in the delivery. It can mess with him with the command at times. So I think that is something he's going to have to clean up a little bit. But Burns, man, when you're looking at the stuff with him, unbelievable. Dude just is nasty up there. Big fastball, a ridiculous slider. I mean, what else there to say? Got a big curveball to go along with it. Has the changeup to go along with it. Yeah. I mean, you're getting a guy with a complete arsenal of pitches here with nasty stuff. So I just didn't think the Reds were going to take him at number 2. I was thinking it was going to be Condon. Well, now this is interesting. Well, now if you're the Rockies, what do you do here? If you are the Colorado Rockies, what do you do? With the third, I think you got to go Charlie Condon at this point. I think it's inevitable that he's going to be the third pick. I would imagine. The pick is already in. That was quick. This is probably going to be Charlie Condon. Has to be. I mean, the fact that the pick got in so quickly, I think it was an easy choice. I think they were probably planning Burns, and they were probably getting themselves ready to take Charlie Condon here. I would imagine it's Condon at this point. I don't see how it could be anyone else. Or maybe, hey, there is the possibility maybe Hagen Smith. If they really wanted to go with a pitcher, they could still go Hagen Smith here at number 3. So, again, like I said, the Rockies, they're really, in my opinion, I think they need to draft pitching. I think they need to get these guys into the organization. I think this is the best way. So I would not count out Hagen Smith at this spot. I would not count out that at all. But Condon, I would probably put my money a little bit more there. We will see how this ends up going. What do we got here? So CRaz951, you're saying Hagen Smith for sure. Baseball AI, you agree? Hagen Smith could be there. Christian, maybe Weatherholt. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be Weatherholt here because I know you don't draft for need, right? But I don't know. You got Amador there, right? You got Tovar. So yeah, I mean you could go Weatherholt, but I think Condon or Smith. Personally, I think that makes more sense for both. To be completely honest. That's just what I'm thinking. But the pick is in. Can they announce the pick, please? Or can we, can we get this going here? Henry knows baseball. I want Jack. I mean, could you imagine that power bat, that lefty bat in Coors Field? I mean, my goodness. I think the pick is about to be announced.
On from the Cowtown Coliseum.
Here we go.
With the third pick of the 2024 MLB Draft, the Colorado Rockies select Charlie Condon, an outfielder from the University of Georgia.
There it is. Charlie Condon heading to Colorado. Charlie Condon going to Colorado. And, yeah, I think that just makes sense, right? Wow, the Rockies got Charlie Condon. I mean, Coors Field, the power that guy has, this guy was mashing at the University of Georgia. He's huge. He reminds me a lot of Aaron Judge. He gives me those vibes. A guy, he'd probably stick out right field, left field. But he doesn't have great speed, but he has like that Aaron Judge kind of speed, right? Where once he gets himself going, he can kind of just pick up that speed because he can make up so much ground. So again, he gives me those Aaron Judge kind of vibes. He's just a big guy, an accidental swing, or not an accidental swing, but like a pop-up could end up being a home run, right? That's kind of where I'm at with that. So that's great for the Rockies, man. Oh, my goodness. Could you imagine if Condon ends up getting to the Rockies in the next couple of years, and you got him, Nolan Jones, this Rockies lineup could be pretty ridiculous at some point. I'm just saying. I like this a lot. I like it. But we got Oakland coming up next. Oakland is coming up next. I am 1 for 3 tonight, everyone. I am 1 for 3. I got the first pick right. I flip-flopped Burns and Condon. I think Weatherholt is going to be 4. I projected Weatherholt to 4. Tim Spangler, A's will draft a point guard. Well, if the point guard in baseball is a shortstop, I think you could go Weatherholt here. I think that is, in my opinion, I think it's going to be Weatherholt or Nick Kurtz. I have seen a lot of connection with Oakland and Nick Kurtz, but at the end of the day, positional value does come into play, and first base, that's not a high value position. So it's a matter of, do you value the bat of Nick Kurtz enough to take over, the upside of a JJ Weatherholt, being a shortstop possibly in the major leagues. But Oakland is on the clock. I'm going to go with those two. I have seen some mocks out there go Braden Montgomery. That has been something that has come up. There is a lot of power upside also with him. With Braden Montgomery, you're going to see some swing and miss there. You are going to see, a little bit lower on the contact percentages with him. So look out for that. But the power upside is real. The guy's a really good athlete, has a really good arm out in the outfield too. He's probably going to be a right fielder. Probably, left field too, sure. But very good arm in the outfield. So I think Braden Montgomery does have that ceiling there where I could see him being intriguing for Oakland. But for me personally, I think it's either going to be Weatherholt or it's going to be Nick Kurtz. Just because I know Oakland likes that kind of bat with Nick Kurtz, right? That's their preference, right? The on-base skills, right? The plate discipline that he has. Oakland likes that bat, right? But Weatherholt has the position. So I'm going to lean Weatherholt at number 4. And then I'll say Kurtz. So, alrighty. But we are waiting here. We are waiting for the pick is in for Oakland. The mascots are dancing. The mascots are dancing in the barn or wherever they are. I don't know what the heck is going on here. I find this draft room really intriguing. I think it's a very intriguing draft room. Where is it? It looks like they're in I think it's a rodeo. It's a rodeo house here. My goodness. All right, is the pick coming in? Do we got the pick? What do we got here in the chat? Michael, A's moving to Las Vegas. Yeah, looks like that's going to be happening in a few years. All right, they're at the podium. Here we go.
With the 4th pick of the 2024 MLB Draft, the Oakland Athletics select Nick Kurtz, a first baseman from Wake Forest.
I was telling
the
all of you, man.
The Chicago White Sox have the next pick.
Don't sleep on Nick Kurtz. Don't sleep on Kurtz, man. I was just saying a second ago, that's the kind of bat Oakland likes. They like that plate discipline there. I love this. Is the volume? Oh, no, I'm sorry about that. Is the volume a little too loud on there? You're right. I'm sorry about that. Sorry, everyone, if I was blowing out your eardrums. I apologize. About that one. All right, that should be a little bit better next time. Okay. But yeah, I like this. Baseball AI. Nick Kurtz is crying since he got drafted to Oakland. I like it. I like it. That's the kind of bat that you can put in the middle of your lineup in the next couple of years. I think this is a great pick. Great pick. He was a monster at Wake Forest. You know, you're talking about Jack Caglione, you know, looking like an alien in the box. You know, Nick Kurtz is the exact same way. Just a massive dude. Anything he swings at, he basically hits. But he has that plate discipline to go along with it, where he's very patient there. I like this a lot. Yeah, it's, you know, it's not shortstop, right? It's not center field. It's not catcher. It is first base at the end of the day. But Kurtz, in my opinion, you know, this is, I don't want to say, this sounds ridiculous, like, but he kind of reminds me of Tristan Casas a little bit. I think Kurtz has more of a ceiling than Tristan Casas, to be honest with you. But if you watch how Casas is, right, takes a lot of pitches, very, very disciplined, right? And then when he gets into one, he hits it hard. That's kind of Nick Kurtz at the end of the day. But I think Nick Kurtz has way more of a ceiling than Tristan Casas, to be completely honest with you. I like it. You know what it kind of reminds me of? It kind of reminds me a little bit of Jason Giambi back in the day. Oakland A's Jason Giambi. That's kind of what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. But we got the White Sox on the clock. For the White Sox, I'm thinking that they're going to go, I think they're going to go college. I just feel like, yeah, you might think in your head they're very far away, right? But I don't think they're as far away as you might think. I think a couple of years for the White Sox. I don't think you're looking at 3+, because they're really stashing away those prospects here. I think you're going to see a college player go to the White Sox. I'm thinking I think it's going to be Caglione. I think it's going to be him. Again, I prefer Nick Kurtz over Caglione. You know, yeah, Caglione has that two-way, you know, player thing. I don't know if he's going to pitch in the major leagues. He was not doing very well with the pitching, you know, going into the latter part of his career with the Gators. I think you're going to see more of just that bat. But yeah, raw power is off the charts with Jack Caglione. But I could definitely see him. I think you could see Weatherholt here. I think you could also see Hagen Smith here, personally. I think Hagen Smith could end up coming up here at number 5. If you really wanted to go with a front line kind of a starter, Hagen Smith is sitting right there. I think you can't count out Braden Montgomery in this spot. I'm thinking college for the White Sox. I think if they do go high school, I think you're going to see Connor Griffin. Right, Connor Griffin has been linked there. Bryce Rayner has had some mention with the White Sox. I don't think you're going to see that personally. I'm going to go Jack Caglione for this. That's going to be my guess. Yeah, Matt, Cags will not be a big league pitcher. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be him. But let's get ready for this pick here. I think the pick is about to be announced. It says the pick is in. Still waiting. They like to say the pick is in, but there's no announcement. But in the chat, everyone, in the chat, let me know, who do you think is going to the White Sox at number 5? Here we go. Podium is on. Oh, got to watch out for that music.
With the 5th pick of the 2024 MLB Draft, the Chicago White Sox select Hagen Smith.
They went Hagen Smith.
From the University of
I was just saying Hagen Smith.
The Kansas City Royals have the next pick.
I was just saying Hagen Smith.
Well, it's the Diamond
there it is.
That goes to the south side
Good
this time.
pick
Hagen
there.
Smith, SEC
You know who that reminds me of?
School record.
You know who that reminds me of? That reminds me of Garrett Crochet. They just took Crochet a couple of years ago. Now they're going with another lefty. I like it. I like it. I like where the White Sox are heading here. I like this pick. I like it a lot. This is out of the 5 right now. I mean, I really like the last 3 picks. Chase Burns with the Reds, I think it's fine. It feels, I don't know, maybe it's just me. I feel like the Reds Chase Burns pick is a little boring. I don't know, because I just want the Reds to add like I wanted a power hitter to go there, right? But, I respect the Burns pick. Condon, Coors, yeah, that's pretty good. Love Kurtz in Oakland. It just gives me those Jason Giambi vibes back in the day. And because of that power bat. But I love Hagen Smith to the White Sox. I really like this a lot. I like that. Because you got to think here with the White Sox, when you're looking at their top prospects, right? You're looking at the top prospects. You got Noah Schultz, right? Drew Thorpe, he's been up. You got Nastrini, who's been up. You got Eater. These guys are all starting to make their way now. But they don't, as of right now, at least, they don't give you like that number 1 starter kind of a feel. Hagen Smith, I think, has that potential to be the ace, the future ace of this squad, right? I like this a lot. This is probably my favorite pick overall right now. I remember going back to my first mock draft. I'm thinking, all right, White Sox, I got to just, whatever I think with the first, I just got to stick with that, right? There's so many times I'll do my first mock, and I'm like, I like that. But then I start to overthink it, and then I get away from it, right? So, Hagen Smith, I like it. I like it. So, what else we got here? We got the Kansas City Royals coming up next. Hey, they just made that trade last night. Ended up giving away their competitive balance pick at number 39. So I wonder here, they're going to swing for the fences on this one. And I think I would imagine it's going to be a college. I would think it's going to be college. But I think you could also maybe see Bryce Rayner go here. He has been connected with some mocks out there. I think it's possible. My gut feels like a college player right now. So Hagen Smith, I had him mocked to the Royals. White Sox took him. I think now you got to think here. You got Cags right there. Is Jack Caglione going to be the guy that falls? Because the White Sox looked like a prime spot for him. Even J.J. Weatherholt looked pretty good there. But, I mean, I think the Royals, I like Weatherholt for the Royals, to be completely honest. I think that would be a really nice spot for him. Feels like a good spot. For me, I would think it's either going to be Caglione or J.J. Weatherholt here. Or Brady Montgomery. I think you could see Montgomery. I won't leave out the possibility of Bryce Rayner. I won't leave that out. I think that's very possible. We'll see. Just because, again, the Royals, they tend... Oh, and also don't leave out the idea of maybe a Frank Mozzicato kind of a pick, like a big reach. But I think because they gave away their competitive balance pick, I think they're just going to go with a top dog here, right? My guess is Caglione, Weatherholt, or Montgomery for this pick. Let me know in the chat, everyone. Let me know in the chat, who do the Royals take? Who do the Royals take at number 6? Who do we got here? Andrew Lee, you're saying Murray. Who's Murray? Oh, the pick's in. Oh.
With the 6th pick of the 2024 MLB Draft, the Kansas City Royals select Jack Caglione.
There it is.
A two-way player from the University
I had
of
Caglione
Florida.
to the Royals, I believe, in my first mock.
Pay attention to things.
My first mock, I had Caglione to the Royals.
after winning the 2024
I like
John
it.
Olerud Award,
I like
given
it.
to the best two-way player.
That's a monster bat. Monster bat for the Royals. Gotta love that, man. Gotta love that. This dude was a freak in Florida. Absolute freak. You're going to get a ton of raw power here with Jack Caglione, 70 power. Good hitter, too. Now, the question with Caglione is the chase rate. Had a very high chase rate at UF, right? Chased close to 40% of the time. That's a high chase rate right there. All right, I believe it was 38 to be exact. That's very high, right? Now, that doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing, in my opinion. Now, I think he's going to have to clean that up in the majors. So the question is the chase rate because of the lack of plate discipline, or is this dude just trying to be a beast and hit everything, right? I think you could say probably more towards the latter. He was that good. Dude was a monster. I would probably say it's that. I think in the majors, he's going to have to calm it down a little bit. I think you will see that. Now, another thing too, right, with that, even though he did have a high chase rate, he didn't strike out all that much. And he made a lot of contact still. So that's where I kind of wonder if it's, if it was kind of more of like him just trying to be a beast, right? Which he was. But they actually just showed Bryce Harper on the screen. Yeah, like I can see the comparison there because Bryce Harper, he chases a lot. Shohei Ohtani has close to a 30% chase rate. So chasing is not necessarily a bad thing. It's really how you do it, if that makes sense, right? Yeah, if you're going after stuff and you end up making contact and you do damage, well then okay. But if you're chasing and striking out and you're just not doing anything and you're not putting the ball in play, well then yeah, then it's a problem. So I think you're going to end up seeing somewhere in the middle. I think you'll end up seeing probably a 30%, 32-ish% chase rate for Caglione, right? I think he's going to be fine. So I like this. I think the Royals, and also consider this too. They just traded away a corner infielder in Caden Wallace. So did the Royals have that in mind when they were trading for Hunter Harvey yesterday? Traded away third base. I know Caglione's first. But I wonder, they thought, okay, Caden Wallace, all right, he's good. But Caglione, he's got power, right? So if we end up getting him, well, then there you go, right? So they basically just got Hunter Harvey and they swapped out Caden Wallace with Caglione, right? So now we got the Cardinals coming up. Here. At number 7, the pick is in. At number 7. I think the Cardinals, I don't know. Again, this is one of those teams where you could really go a couple different ways. I think you could go with a Weatherholt here. I think you could go Bryce Rayner. I could see Bryce Rayner going here. I could. I wanted Nick Kurtz to go here. This was, for me, the heir apparent to Paul Goldschmidt, and he's going to Oakland now. I really wanted Nick Kurtz to go to St. Louis. But I actually wonder if this is going to be Bryce Rayner. I wonder that. I think Weatherholt, you got to think, you got Nolan Gorman there. You got Mason Wynn. Weatherholt's going to be a fast mover. I'm going to say Bryce Rayner at this point. Or Braden Montgomery. If you go with college, I think you could take Weatherholt. I'm not saying you can't. He is very good. Got Montgomery. Could go Rayner. Let's get to it.
With the 7th pick of the 2024 MLB Draft, the St. Louis Cardinals select J.J. Weatherholt,
All right, they took Weatherholt.
a shortstop from West Virginia University.
All right, they took Weatherholt. I like it, right? So now I'm thinking, I wonder what Nolan Gorman's thinking at this point. Wonder what Nolan Gorman's thinking here. Because Weatherholt is absolutely a guy that can move quick. He was a really good hitter at West Virginia, man. Really good. Again, I know you don't draft for need. I know that. But you got to remember here, Nolan Gorman, their second baseman, he's under control until, through 2028. So Weatherholt's, I think, a guy, because of the hit tool that he has, he's just a guy that can hit. Very good, very athletic, too. I think he's a guy that you could see probably by the end of next year. I think he could end up being a guy that moves really fast. I think he's going to be really good. I like it. He just feels like a Cardinal, too. Now that I'm looking at him in that Cardinals jersey, he just looks like a Cardinal. You know what I mean? I like it. I like it. Well, Weatherholt fell a little bit. People were thinking, okay, number one pick. Guardians go under slot. Okay, but no, maybe Oakland. No, he is gone to St. Louis. Have I gotten, on my final mock, have I gotten any of these right? I don't think I have. I don't think I've gotten any of them right. My goodness. I am terrible at mock drafts, everyone. I am terrible. All right, so now let's bring up a name that I was thinking of just a second ago. Bryce Rayner. Bryce Rayner is my pick for the Angels. I think oh man. The Angels, you got to go Bryce Rayner here, man. Take the young shortstop. Man. Or Connor Griffin. Go with one of those guys. For me, Connor Griffin, the hit tool is a little questionable at this point. Bryce Rayner, he is the Marcelo Meyer from a couple of years ago, right, when the Red Sox took him. It's very similar profile. Left-handed bat, smooth swing, hits for average and power, good in the field, moves well. Very similar to that Marcelo Meyer profile when he got drafted. And Marcelo Meyer is on the cusp of making it to the major leagues. So I'm thinking, for me personally, it has got to be Bryce Rayner at this point. I really want the Angels. That's the smart pick for me, is Bryce Rayner. I think you could see Braden Montgomery. I would be okay with that too, right? Braden Montgomery has that raw power. He's got that upside there. Good in the field. I'd like that. So for me, I'm going. It's Rayner. I'd be okay with Connor Griffin there because of the upside he has. My goodness, Connor Griffin is a freak. But again, the hit tool with Griffin, it's a little questionable. Because he when you look at the swing with Connor Griffin, there's a bit of length to it. There's some herky-jerkiness to it. There's some, he kind of swings out of his shoes a little bit, right? He just seems like he's swinging for the moon every time, he goes up there. So, and I was reading as well with him. He's had timing issues, so that's something you would have to clean up with him. But if you could, whoa, the guy's super fast. He can play shortstop, center field, power for days already at the high school level. So, but yeah, let me know in the chat here, everyone. Let me know in the chat, who would you want the Angels to go with here? Let me know your picks in the chat. What do we got here? James, how you doing, my friend? They've had more success with the college guys the last few years, going back to Detmers. Yeah, I mean, you can't take that away with the Angels. They have rushed these guys up, and they've done okay for the most part. That's why I could see either Braden Montgomery. I'll even throw in James Tibbs here. I'm going to also say Christian Moore. I think Christian Moore is a guy that could get into this is where I think he would get into the top 10, right? I totally think that's possible. Christian Moore would be a fun one, in my opinion. I feel like Montgomery, he could go before him, right? But we'll see, man. Moore, guy was insane in the College World Series. Absolutely insane. So, numerous roof. Angels not selecting a shortstop. Seems like a pitcher or a third base. Well, if you were to go for the pitching rank, I think Savage could also be an option here. I mentioned that going into the draft here tonight. I think Savage could be someone. We will see. I mean, if you really wanted to go with a guy that could make it, to the major leagues within the next year, yeah, I think Savage is a guy, right? Probably that same time frame as a Gavin Williams, in my opinion. I could see that. So, if you were to go with the fastest moving possible for the Angels, who's the player that could get to the Angels the quickest? I would probably say James Tibbs. James Tibbs, in my opinion, is a very high floor guy, really disciplined at the plate, good power with him. There are some platoon question marks with him. Does he end up being a guy that's just going to be good against the right-handed pitching, and you probably got to sit him against the left-handers? Had some trouble when it came to off-speed pitches in college, but in the end, he still hit around 30 home runs. I think it was 28 last year. So I could see James Tibbs in this spot. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, for me, Tibbs would be the fastest. I think Rayner, because of that upside. I think, Savage could be a guy because of the floor. And I'm going to say Christian Moore. I mean, Christian Moore, what that guy did in the College World Series, I could definitely see him. Oh, here we go.
Next pick.
They took him. They took Christian Moore.
An incredible junior season hitting.
Oh man, they took Christian Moore.
I said this earlier. He holds the program.
Sorry, let me play the pick over again.
With the 8th pick of the 2024 MLB Draft, the Los Angeles Angels select Christian Moore, a second base.
I like that. I like it. I listen. I know I was just on the Bryce Rayner train. I would have liked that pick, but I kind of like the aggressiveness with this, right? The fact that he just got into the top 10 after the monster College World Series. I mean, dude, what he did in the College World Series, man, you haven't seen that since 1956, hitting for the cycle. A lot of power from the right side. He's a very disciplined and aggressive hitter at the same time. What I mean by that is he's not chasing after pitches. He's not going crazy up there. But the dude has a vicious swing up there. Hits with authority. I love that. I do like this a lot. Do like it a lot for the Angels. And you know what I like about it too? Is they're probably going to they might be able to save a little bit of money here. I think they could. I think you could see a bit of an underslot here where maybe they could end up saving around like $500,000. I could see that. Yeah, Frank, I agree. High risk, high reward for Christian Moore. I completely agree on that. Completely agree on that. I think that's very possible. I do like it. I would have liked Bryce Rayner more, but out of the college guys, I find this one to be the most fun. Braden Montgomery, he's slipping a little bit. People had him as high as number 4. I remember I was saying not too long ago, I remember mock draft, the first one that I did, I had Braden Montgomery going to the Tigers. And people were saying to me in the comments, Robbie, no, man, he is going to be going easily top 10. And I mean, he still has a shot here at Pittsburgh and Washington. In my final mock, I had Braden Montgomery going number 10. So I think you could see him going number 9. James Tibbs has been connected a lot for the Pirates. There's been that connection. I could see it. When you look at the Pirates and their competitive window right now, Tibbs fits in that window where he could probably get up there in the next year and a half and help that Pirates team, try and win some games. Good bat with Tibbs. I think you could see him go to the Pirates here. I think Montgomery, he feels like a guy that could end up taking a little bit longer than Tibbs, personally. Just because of the hit tool, I think he might need a little bit more time in the minors. But I think you still could see Montgomery here. I in my first mock, I had Bryce Rayner going number 9. So we'll see. We'll see. Connor Griffin, that's a guy that, again, this is that spot where you could really go a bunch of different ways here. Bunch of different ways. But Pittsburgh is on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Pittsburgh is on the clock. Thank you all for coming out here tonight. Really appreciate it. We were at 1,000 people at one point. Looks like people are starting to... They got their first few picks in, and they're moving on for the night. But I'm waiting for my Red Sox here at number 12. I need to see what my Red Sox are going to do here. I was honestly thinking we could end up getting a pretty chaotic first round. Maybe a little bit. No, I wouldn't say it's chaotic. I think you've seen a little, like Burns, I'm a little surprised at. Oh! Well, this is why I did not want to put the screen up. We have our pick.
From the stop from
Number 9. Let's go to the podium and find out.
With the 9th pick of the 2024 MLB Draft, the Pittsburgh Pirates select Connor Griffin, a shortstop from Jackson Prep School in Flowood, Mississippi. The Washington Nationals have the next pick.
All right. Well, the Pirates went with Connor Griffin. They went with that upside there. Again, that hit tool, there's some question marks there with the hit. Like I said, has some timing issues up there. He tends to swing for the moon a lot, but when he gets into one, my goodness, he can hit it a mile. And he's 6'4", hasn't even fully grown into his frame. Connor Griffin has superstar potential. Absolutely. Guy's a monster up there. He's 18 years old. He's 6'4", 215 pounds. I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, he's an alien. I mean, when do you ever see a kid in high school with a build like that? My goodness. Give him a few years. Let him get some protein. Get some calories in there. My goodness. He could be really good. I like it for the Pirates. I mean, you can't really hate a pick like that, Can't really hate a pick. Like, with a guy who could be a superstar. I personally prefer Rayner. I'm a Rayner guy. I think when it comes, even though high school guys, you look for the ceiling, I feel like Rayner, there's more of that floor potential with him. But yeah, I mean, if you're shooting for the moon here with, if you're Pittsburgh, yeah, Connor Griffin would be the guy that you go with, right? Ryan J, Cubs fan, who do we go with? I mean, I think you just wait and see how the board plays. I think Savage is an option there. I thought maybe Christian Moore could have been a guy. We'll see. I could see Schmidt. I could see Benge. Yeah, I mean, you got a few guys. Cam Smith. We'll see. I think you got to just wait and see what happens here. If we're looking at the best available prospects as of right now, you're looking at Braden Montgomery. You're looking at Connor Griffin. It's gone pretty much chalk for the most part. It's gone. We haven't seen any surprises here. We haven't seen anything crazy. I mean, Christian Moore, as of right now, is the biggest reach. As of right now. But for the most part, it's been pretty chalk. So, the Nationals here, at number 10. So, let me actually really quick. I closed out the draft order. Okay, so for the Nationals here, for me, in my mock, I had Montgomery. I think Montgomery's the guy. That's who I would go with. If you really want to stick chalk, I think that's where he ends up going here. In my first mock, I had Montgomery going to the Tigers. I don't see how he falls past the Tigers. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, you could definitely see Rayner here. Is Rayner going to be the guy that falls? If Bryce Rayner is sitting on the board at number 12, do the Red Sox, do they take him? I mean, if you're going for best player available, and let's say Montgomery's off the board, let's say Tibbs is off the board, let's say I would think here, if the Nationals, if they go Montgomery, and then the Tigers, that's the thing, who do the Tigers go with? Let's say Montgomery and Rayner are both off the board. I think the Red Sox probably take you Savage at that point. Or they could go with Tibbs or Cam Smith. Maybe Bangs, one of those guys. But it's going to be interesting. I think these next couple of picks are pretty interesting here. For me, I'm going to go Montgomery for the Nationals at number 10. Let me know what you all think. Isaiah Bostic, hating on Griffin is insane work. I hope you're not referring to me. I'm not hating on Connor Griffin. The guy is an alien. He is the real deal. I think, I don't know who's hating on Griffin. I know I'm not. But there are questions with the hit tool. If he can just get that cleaned up, oh boy, that guy's going to be a superstar. All right, the Nationals pick is in. They're back from commercial.
With the 10th pick of the 2024 MLB Draft, the Washington Nationals select Seaver King, a shortstop from Wake
That's a
Forest.
surprise.
The Detroit Tigers have the next pick.
That's a bit of a surprise there. Seaver King going top 10. Wow. Seaver King went ahead of Brady Montgomery. That is fun. Oh, man. I don't know if I like it. I mean, it's kind of hard to predict what's going to happen with these guys, but it's fun. But, wow, I was thinking King was going to be more in that 15 to 20, maybe 25 range. Wow, they went Seaver King over Brady Montgomery. Okay. Well, with Seaver King, you're going to get a lot of contact with him, a lot of speed, a lot of athleticism. He is the true utility player of this draft. Like, if you're looking for a guy that's like your utility knife, it's Seaver King out of Wake Forest, right? Guy makes a lot of contact. He's a bat-to-ball machine. He tends to be too aggressive at the plate. He, hits a lot of balls into the ground, gets that weak contact a lot. But he will hit the ball. Like, you don't have to doubt that at all. Power, it's not quite there at this point, but you're looking at a guy who's going to be a high contact guy, speed, right? They're looking at Mookie Betts here. I think you could see similarities there, like a smaller, kind of a stature guy. Guy that just swings. He's pretty aggressive, right? Swings a lot up there. Will he develop more power? I think it's possible. I think for me personally, when it comes to draft prospects, I want them to have a good hit tool, and then you wait for that power to come along, right? You want the guy to know how to just hit the ball, right? I don't want it the other way around. I don't want it to where, yeah, when he hits it, he can hit it to Mars, but when is he going to hit it? I don't want that, right? Yeah, that might be the home run ball is obviously going to be more fun at the end of the day. But I'd rather have it the other way around. I'd rather the guy, kind of have the swing down, have the approach down at the plate. I think with King, it's kind of the opposite where he's not really chasing out of the zone where he's like striking out a ton. He's just he's trying to hit the ball so much to where he just makes a lot of weak contact, and that can get him into trouble, right? And we'll see. But the speed, that could really help counteract that too. Chops the ball into the ground, he could easily beat it out to first. So, yeah, Portland. I mean, there you go. They learned that lesson with Elijah Green. So it's almost kind of like they took the opposite of Elijah Green. They went with a guy who hits, but there's not a lot of power as of right now. So, but yeah, I kind of like that comparison with Mookie Betts. Now, that's not very fair to compare Seaver King to Mookie, but you kind of see it, right? You see the body, you see the height, you see a similar swing, right? A guy that can really play all over. I mean, look at Mookie. I mean, playing right field for most of his career, but he came up as a middle infielder, second base. You know, he's playing shortstop this year. Yeah, you can see a lot of Mookie in Seaver King, for sure. CJ LaChapelle, how you doing, my friend? $10 super chat. During the break, do you think there's a chance the Braves extend Max Fried? I don't. I feel like I feel like I have said this a few times. I am not budging on that fact. I think Max Fried is going to hit free agency. Doesn't feel like something the Braves would do as of right now. So, no, I'm going to say no to that, CJ. I'm going to say no. Max Fried, though, going to the All-Star game. You got to love it. But, okay, we got some interesting stuff going on here. We got some stuff. Oh, Manfred coming back up.
For that, it was Connor Griffin, the only high schooler selected so far.
Here we go. Tigers coming up.
With the 11th pick of the 2024 MLB draft, the Detroit Tigers select Bryce Rayner.
Oh, they took Bryce Rayner. All right. Good.
Hollywood,
I like
California. The Boston
I like that.
Red Sox have the next pick.
Well, this is a kid that some thought could be a
Okay.
pitcher. He simmered down on the pitching.
I mean, the future is bright. The future is bright in Detroit.
Stats, high school stats, 5'11".
I am liking this. I like it. I mean, let's go take a look here at the Tigers' top prospects. I mean, come on. Max Clark is playing like crazy lately. Looking like their future center fielder. And now you got your future shortstop. You got the heir apparent to Javier Baez. They finally got a guy that's not going to swing and miss at everything. I love this pick for the Tigers. Love this pick, right? He sits in that same window as Max Clark there. I love it. Absolutely love it. That's one of my favorite picks of this first round so far. Love that. Love that. Big fan of that. Okay, everyone. Okay. The real attention grabber is here. We all want to know what's going on with my Red Sox. Let's take a look here. Let's take a look. I mean, at this point, if you're asking me, I mean, I'm a Cam Smith guy. I'm a big Cam Smith fan. I had him mocked in my final mock draft. I think Cam Smith, he makes a lot of contact. He has upside for power, right-handed bat. He could be the third baseman in a couple of years, few years. Rafael Devers can be the DH. Cam Smith is my guy. That's who I would go with. However, Brandon Montgomery is still there. There is also that power upside. However, Brandon Montgomery has swing and miss issues. And I don't know if the Red Sox like that profile too much. I think James Tibbs could go here. Savage is still sitting here. Got Craig Breslow running the show now. When it comes to the pitching department, Trey Savage absolutely can be a guy that gets picked here. Absolutely. But when I'm thinking of Craig Breslow, I'm thinking of a guy that's looking for value. I mean, if he thinks Trey Savage is the best player available, okay, you go with that, right? At the end of the day, Breslow loves his pitching, but I have this inkling that Breslow is going to look towards the later rounds when it comes to the pitching. right? I think he's going to look for value later on. I mean, I'm not doubting that he could do this here. It's possible. I just wonder if maybe he values someone else a little higher than Savage here. Braden Montgomery, I think you can make that argument. But you got to remember with the Red Sox, when it comes to how they've drafted in the past, they tend to go for guys with good hit tools and then that can have that power come in later on, right? That's usually what they tend to do. So James Tibbs could be that kind of a guy, but I feel like the floor is pretty high with him. I don't know. I feel like if you're looking for the most upside here for a hitter, I think you're going either Cam Smith or Braden Montgomery. I think it's got to be one of those two. Or it's going to be Savage. If you were to maybe go a little further, could they go the high school ranks with the pitching? Maybe a Cam Caminiti there. You got some other guys. The pick is in for the Red Sox. The pick is in. You know, could they go Vance Honeycutt? But again, the hit tool, it's not there. Ryan Waldschmidt, I think, is possible too. Here we go.
Back, he's healthy, he's moving, he's going to be back in a couple months. I think he would have gone in the top 5. So I think.
Like Braden Montgomery, an outfielder.
Oh, they took Montgomery. Braden Montgomery going to Boston. Braden Montgomery to the Red Sox.
Greg, I'm telling you.
They got another birthday gift, everyone. You got Marcelo Meyer a couple of years ago.
And I think.
You got Kyle Teal last year, and now you got Braden Montgomery, who some people had at number 4. I believe MLB.com a week ago had Braden Montgomery going number 4. And now the Red Sox get him at number 12. I do like it. I would have been okay with either Braden Montgomery or Cam Smith in this spot. I was fine with either one. I like it. But when it comes to Braden Montgomery, I know I'm on Twitter here, so I'm imagining some Red Sox fans who do follow me for some reason. Braden Montgomery, you're getting a lot of power upside here with him. The dude is ridiculous. A lot of raw power there. But when it comes to the hit tool, again, I mentioned this a little bit ago. There are some swing and miss in the zone. Like, he tends to, I don't know, for some reason, balls tend to get by him at times, right? Tends to chase a little bit too, but the exit velocities were some of the best in the nation last year. So when he gets into it, oh yeah, he could absolutely, oh yeah. He could be a good hitter for the Red Sox down the road. And the one thing with the Red Sox you can always count on is they tend to develop their hitters really well. They tend to have more success than not when it comes to getting the most out of their position players, right? I think this is a good pick. I was either way with him or Cam Smith at this spot. I think because Montgomery fell to them, I think that's kind of one of those things where, you know, you got to take him at that point. The raw power upside is real with him. He does make quite a bit of contact overall, but again, he tends to be prone to the swing and miss. So, gotta love it for the Red Sox, man. Gotta love it. Jackson. We have a lot of outfield depth. Yeah, when you take a look at the Red Sox top prospects now, I mean, you got some outfielders now. I mean, for Roman Anthony has obviously been the guy that's been rising, you know, ever since last year. You know, got some young outfielders in this system now, and got a lot of left-handed outfielders too, right? So Roman Anthony, I would imagine you're probably going to see him up I don't think you'll see him up at the end of this year. I think more likely you'll see him up by the All-Star break next year. But, I mean, if you're looking here at what the Red Sox have in their organization when it comes to younger outfielders, right? You know, Jarren Duran obviously having himself quite the breakout season this year. Wilyer Abreu is just coming into his own. I mean, you got Roman Anthony. You got Braden Montgomery. Don't forget about Miguel Blaze. He's still sitting down there. I mean, Cedame Rafael. I mean, they got so many young outfielders in this system, man. So many. Man, oh, man. I do like this pick. I think it's a very fun pick overall. But I'm also leaving out one thing with Braden Montgomery. I said it earlier. Dude has got an arm of a cannon. My goodness. Out in right field, I actually think it's a pretty solid pick. Out in right field at Fenway Park, you know, if he ends up getting there down the road, yeah, that arm at Fenway Park, that's not bad if you ask me. But the name of the game with Montgomery, it's the bat, right? I mean, if you go look at the exit velocities, he ranked near the top last year in the nation. You know, he was up there with Jack Caglione. I mean, come on. Not even a question that this guy can hit the ball to Mars. So, overall, I like it. I like it overall. I think it's a good move. Now, we got the Giants. For me, I gotta think it's James Tibbs here. Gotta think it's James Tibbs. That's kind of where I'm leaning. All right, if I go to where are the top prospects, where did they go? San Francisco. Oh, no, wait, no, we're going to the draft. Sorry. Here we go. So I'm going to say it's either James Tibbs or Trey Savage at this point. Maybe Cam Smith. I could maybe see that. Here we go. The pick is in.
For MLB draft, the San Francisco Giants select James Tibbs III, an outfielder from Florida State. The Chicago Cubs have the next pick.
Oh, here it is.
There it is. James Tibbs. He has been mocked to San Francisco quite a bit. I mean, hey, you got to love it. You got to love it. Like I said, he's got a high floor. He's already got a good hit tool. He's very disciplined at the plate. And he's got power. I like it. Yeah, the one question mark with James Tibbs is he going to be more of a platoon kind of a guy? I think there is that possibility, right? He did a lot better against the right-handers in college. And he was prone a little bit to breaking stuff and off-speed stuff. But, I mean, even if you just go look at the numbers last year, the guy was a monster at the plate. But, yeah, his approach, he just has a really good eye, right? He's going to be a really tough at-bat. No matter how far he ends up getting, he's going to be a guy that's just going to give you fits up there. So, I like it. The Lonely Wolf, who howls alone at the moon, has become a member for the 32nd month. He says, "What's up, Robbie? How you doing, Lonely Wolf? How you doing?" We're back up to over 900 people. Back up to 900 people. Thank you for joining, everyone. We have 900 people in this chat. We're at 600 likes. If you could help us out, I'll love you forever. I'll love you forever. But yeah, I'm going to be honest. I was kind of expecting a bit more chaos than this. So we've seen a little bit. Seaver King, Nationals. That's a little chaos right there. I didn't expect that. I thought Montgomery would go way before Seaver King. But yeah, James Tibbs, man. San Fran. Now, who do the Cubbies go with? I think the Cubs here, I mocked Ryan Waldschmidt. Now, if we were to go to the top prospects, Ryan Waldschmidt, as of right now, ranks number 23 I feel like he should be a bit higher than this. I'd probably say he's anywhere from 20 to 15. That's a guy to pay attention to in this spot. I think you could also see maybe Cam Smith in this spot here. I mean, it's very chalk, but I think that's very possible. What do we got going on here? CRaz951, thank you for becoming a member for the 28th straight month. James88RC says Fuzzy raid. Did Fuzzy raid us? Fuzzy, are you out there? Are you out there, my friend? How you doing? Garrett Johnson, Cam Smith to the Cubs. I actually like the idea of that. I think that'd be pretty. It's a chalk pick, but I feel like we've gone pretty close to chalk for the most part here tonight. But my top 3 for this pick, I think Savage, actually. If I'm going to go make a pick here, I think Savage is going to be the pick here. Personally. I could be wrong. I mean, I'm wrong a lot. Go take a look at my last mock. Yeah, I'm gonna go Savage. The pick is in. The Cubs, they've taken college pitching a few times over the past few years. He just feels like a Cubs pick, you know? So I'll go either Savage, I'll go Cam Smith. Maybe they go Caminiti. Maybe. Yeah. I'd probably say no on Caminiti. You know where I want Caminiti to land? I want him to go to the Marlins. I want him to go to that pitching factory there. Oh, that would be pretty nice. But yeah, for me, Cubs, I'll go Cam Smith, Trey Savage, or Ryan Waldschmidt. I also would not be surprised at Brody Brecht here, because the Cubs, you know, they've really gotten into the pitching development side of things over the last few years. Brody Brecht, he's got some pretty nasty stuff. Lacks the control, though, so he's got to figure out that part. But I could see the Cubs being into that kind of a picture. But that's where you can make the argument, well, why not just go Caminiti at that point? So, but we're waiting for the pick to come in, everyone. We're waiting for the pick. Thank you for joining me tonight, everyone. Big turnout tonight. We got over 1,000 people in here at one point. My goodness. But what will the Cubbies do? Someone actually bought an All-Star Game jersey. Someone actually bought one. I can't believe it. Here we go. Rob Manfred is on the podium.
With the 14th pick of the 2024 MLB Draft, the Chicago Cubs select Cam Smith,
All right.
third baseman from
Cam
Florida
Smith.
State. The Seattle Mariners have the next pick.
I like it. I think that's a good pick, man. I like Cam Smith. He was one of my favorite prospects in this draft. I felt like he was being a little slept on. A little bit. Like I was seeing him going a lot to, you know, like the Brewers, the Marlins. I was thinking, man, you know, it's a guy, he made a lot of contact, more contact than you would think last year. But dude is huge. He's 6'3". I would have loved Cam Smith in Boston. I really would have. I would have loved that. But, you know, with Cam Smith, the plate discipline can be a bit of an issue at times. He has cleaned it up over the last couple of years. But the power's there. Bunch of raw power, I still think, that has not been tapped into. Goodness gracious. I mean, he's huge. He's 6'3". He's 224. Listed on Pipeline. Over 220 pounds. The guy is massive. Good for the Cubs. I like that. Next third baseman down the road. What else we got here? Big Country. That Seaver kid has a beautiful swing. You know, it's funny. I never thought of the Mookie Betts comparison until they showed them on the screen. And I'm like, oh, interesting. Oh, you know, there's one thing. Alex Spire actually just tweeted out. There's one thing I forgot to mention with Braden Montgomery. I knew I was forgetting something earlier. He had a bad ankle injury in college. Very bad, right? He's going to be missing quite a bit of time. So that's something that the Red Sox, I mean, they're not going to mess around with that. You probably won't see Montgomery play for a little bit, but something to be aware of, Red Sox fans. I completely forgot to mention that. Yeah, he did some, I think it was a fractured ankle. Alex Spire, Montgomery fractured his ankle on June 8th. He's been in a boot, riding a scooter to keep weight off of it. But said he's nearly off the scooter. It's not considered a major issue moving forward. So, yeah. Yeah. Something to be aware of. Something to be aware of. Yeah, Big Country, surprised he fell to the Red Sox. You know, I'll be honest. In a way, like, yeah, I could see why people would think that. For me personally, I think when you have I know, yeah, it's not considered serious, right? He's going to be fine. He's going to be getting out of the walking boots soon. It's still an injury at the end of the day. And you want to start working with these guys right away. So I'm not surprised that he ended up, falling a couple of spots. Doesn't blow my mind necessarily. I didn't think he was going to be, like a guy that fell into the 20s. But I thought there was a chance he could get into like that 15 sort of a range. I don't know, man. Combined with the swing and miss issues that he's had, yeah, I think Montgomery had a chance to fall. And here it is, going to Boston. So, but we got the Mariners coming up. I had Trey Savage to the Mariners. I tried to, Mariner Mojo, if you guys are watching, I don't know if you're here, but you guys tweeted at me today saying, or you brought up that I mocked Trey Savage to the Mariners, trying to get those vibes going for you guys. Trey Savage, man, college pitcher. Hey, we're used to the Mariners getting college pitching. Just saying. Got George Kirby. Got Logan Gilbert. Right? Emerson Hancock a few years ago. Trey Savage, could he be the next one? I would actually be a little surprised. But we have seen some mocks out there have Jurangelo Cencio go to the Mariners. Now, with those mocks, Savage has gone ahead of him. But could you see a situation where the Mariners maybe go Cencio, the two-handed pitcher, the two-way pitcher, the switch pitcher, the two-handed pitcher. Everyone's got two hands. The switch pitcher is what I meant to say. Could you see the Mariners maybe go that way? I don't know. I think you got to go Savage. He was so good at East Carolina last year. Guy's got great stuff. High floor kind of a pitcher, in my opinion. Yeah, I would imagine it's got to be either him. Oh, here we go.
Pitcher from Mississippi State.
Oh, they did it!
I
just was saying it.
24 MLB draft. The Seattle Mariners select Jurangelo Cencio, a switch-handed pitcher from Mississippi.
I can't believe they did it. I swear, I've had a few moments tonight where I'm saying something and then it just happens. They took Cencio over Savage. Wow. I mean, the Marlins, so Savage is going to be the guy that falls? Okay. I like it. I like Cencio. I was going to be happy with wherever he went. He started gaining some steam in the final mocks that came out. But wow, I figured the Mariners would go Savage. But Cencio, I think you could argue, has maybe the higher ceiling. I mean, as of right now, this is, at least I would imagine that he is right now the highest upside switch picture ever. I mean, he had is it Sendetti or is it crap? What was the name again? Oh, Vendetti. Sorry, I was like, is it Sendetti? No, it's Vendetti. Pat Vendetti. Years ago, everyone was really stoked with him, but he didn't go number 15 overall in the draft. Like, this is pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Now the question is, I mean, what do the Marlins do here? I think the Marlins could go a few different ways. I mean, I think you gotta think it's gotta be Trey here. I mean, right? I don't know. I don't see how Trey gets past. I would think Trey is not getting past the Rays. I would think. The Brewers, they love to go with those up the middle guys. I mean, I would think the Marlins got to go Trey here, or I could see the Marlins going for someone that they see that has more upside. So, I mean, if we're looking for the Marlins, I mean, Caminiti, I think, would be the most fun because, they went with Noble Meyer, they went with Thomas White last year. I could see that. So they continue that trend of taking the high school pitching. But I could also see someone like Schmidt, maybe even someone like Honeycutt, where those guys do have the upside. Yeah, big country. Honeycutt K rate is scary. It is. It definitely is. It is definitely. It's just one of those things. If you can clean it up, well then, I mean, wow. You could have yourself a possible superstar, a five-way kind of a player. So that's where I think Honeycutt is the enigma of this first round. I am shocked that Senja. In a way, I'm not, because I could see the argument why there's more of a ceiling with him. But I am surprised that Savage did not go here. So, Atlanta edits Vance Honeycutt to the Braves. I think that would be pretty fun. Lonely Wolf, who house alone at the moon, $2 super chat. Can you switch pitching hands during a game? I think you can only do it per batter now. I think they made a rule a while back. You can't change the hand during an at-bat. So I think you can go, well, or is it now? Is it every inning? I don't know. It's either every at-bat or every inning. I wonder. Because they did with the bullpen, you have to get 3 outs, right? At like minimum. So does that come into play with the switch pitching? Where you got to get 3 outs with that hand? I don't know. But Ryan, I think you have it right here, Ryan. I think the rule was always per batter. Justin Fowler, Savage to the Phillies. I would be shocked if he went down there. I mean, that'd be really nice if they got that. But the Marlins pick is in. Let's take a listen.
Of the 2024 MLB Draft, the Miami Marlins select P.J. Morlando, an outfielder.
Oh, we gotta
Somerville
reach.
High School.
We gotta reach.
Somerville, South Carolina.
P.J. Morlando. That's a that's a Rays kind of a move right there. Peter Bendix coming over from the Rays, and there is a bit of a reach. But P.J. Morlando pulling him up here. That's not a guy that's in the top 30. On Pipeline, he is 43 overall, but there were talks of, at one point, like, this guy was gaining a lot of steam. But what you're getting with Morlando, you're getting a guy with a good hit tool. And the power is there, but it's not quite there at this point, right? A guy that is pretty disciplined at the plate overall. But, you know, you're still waiting for that power to come in. He's 6'3". He's a projectable guy. So this is such a Rays kind of a move. This is a Rays move. It has Tampa Bay Rays written all over it. I hate how much it has Rays written all over it. Oh, man. Unbelievable, yeah. But that's probably going to be an underslot kind of a move. But again, you are getting a good hitter with PJ Morlando. There's definitely no question about that. I had seen his name pop up when it came to the later picks in the first round, like in the back half, like even in the bottom 5. I saw his name floating around like that 30 area. I didn't think here, but I mean, you got a guy from the Rays running the show now. So I'm not surprised about this one at all. Now, when it comes to Morlando, yeah, you're getting a pretty good hitter overall, a guy with a pretty good approach at the plate for a high school hitter. I believe he won the high school home run derby a year ago. So this is the this is the Blaze Jordan sort of pick. Maybe better, right? A guy that's probably got more of an upside with the hit tool. But yeah, that's why I was like, I remember hearing the name. People were getting all over him. But yeah, he won the high school home run derby. So, but yeah, again, projection with him. He's got a big frame. Does well at the plate. Good hit tool. Just got to wait for that power to come into play. Now, he's not the fastest out there. He's got a 45 run. So for an outfielder, you're probably looking at like, you know, a corner guy, right? So when it comes to the scouting report with him, while Orlando has caught and played some third base in the past, he's destined for left field or first base, making power imperative. So that's you need that power to come in. So if he is limited athletically, then yeah, you're waiting for that bat to come into play. You're really looking for the projection of the bat overall. But that's a Rays pick, man. Absolutely love that. But I sort of hate it at the same time because it's a Peter Bendix kind of a move, if you ask me. Zachary, $2. Did you see Seager was added to the All-Star game? Oh, did he get added? No, I did not see that. Thank you for letting me know. Seager had been playing a little better as of late. Jed Scott Stafford, New Zealand up in here. Oh, man. We're going worldwide for tonight. We're almost at 700 likes, everyone. If you can get 12 more likes for me, I'll love you forever. 12 more likes if you can help us get there. But we got the Brewers coming up next. I think for the you got to say Yasavage for everyone here. I could see Yasavage here, to be completely honest. I'm afraid of saying it over and over again because I feel like I'm going to say it with every pick.
Pick of the 2024 MLB Draft, the Milwaukee Brewers select Braylon Payne.
Oh, man, we got another underslot.
From Lawrence E. Elkins High School.
We got another
Missouri City,
underslot.
Texas.
Braylon Payne. Okay. Well, then. We're getting some underslots here, ladies and gentlemen. You got an athlete here. He has a 70 run. That's the name of the game with Mr. Braylon Payne. I did not expect him to go here, but this is the Major League Baseball draft, everyone. But when it comes to the bat, right? Got the left-handed stroke there. As you can see, quick hands. He's more of a slap ball kind of a hitter, but he kind of almost reminds me of that Enrique Bradfield Jr. kind of a type, right? More of a contact kind of a guy. He's going to have that speed to go along with it. right? And yeah, you're looking at a center fielder pretty much, a guy that can just blaze out there. He's gonna have an okay arm. He reminds me of Enrique Bradfield Jr., to be completely honest, right? Probably less of a hit tool at this point. Probably a more underdeveloped Enrique Bradfield Jr. So, but I think you could see more ceiling than Bradfield. So, but okay. Got a couple of underslots going here. A couple of reaches. So now you got, I mean, where is Savage going? Why is Savage falling down this board? I don't know what is going on here. I can't believe it. I figured he'd be gone by 15 at the latest. But you got to think, I mean, the Rays, but can you count on the Rays taking the obvious? I don't think the Rays are going to take him. Well, now that I'm saying it, they're probably going to take him. I'm not counting on it, man. The Rays, if you think the Marlins made a weird pick, the Brewers made a weird pick, wait to see what the Rays do. But if I were to stick with guys that rank in the top 25, 30, I mean, I'll be honest, I'd actually think the Rays would take Waldschmidt or Honeycutt over Savage because they have those higher ceilings, in my opinion, and Waldschmidt had the advanced metrics that I think just went under the radar. You got with Waldschmidt, he had ACL surgery a couple of years ago, so I think teams could be spooked by something like that. But really with Waldschmidt, while he is fast, he's not going to be an amazing outfielder. He's probably going to be maybe a center fielder. He could, but he doesn't really have a great arm. So that's what kind of holds him back in the field. But he has speed. So, he was a left fielder for the most part at Kentucky. But with Waldschmidt, you're looking at just a good right-handed bat. But I could see the Rays going for someone like that, honestly. But at this point, I mean, I don't know. The way these last two picks have gone, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw the Rays take someone like a Griff O'Farrell, a Tyson Lewis, a Carter Johnson. I mean, I think even P.J. Morlando could have been a guy if he was still in that spot. I think Luke Dickerson could be a person here. I think someone like Mike Sirota. Remember him? That was a name we saw a couple of years ago. I could see someone like him. Dax Whitney. I think if you were to look for a real reach when it comes to a projection high school picture, I think Dax Whitney could be a guy to pay attention to here. The Rays, they have not gone high school pitching. They went with Nick Bitsko back in 2020. I don't know what happened to that guy. I think he disappeared. I don't know what happened to him. But I could see Whitney. He's a 6'5" high schooler. He's got 3 above average pitches as of right now. This is a kind of a move I could see the Rays making, right? You got some other guys out here possibly. I could see maybe a Gage Jump. This was a guy, his name was coming up a couple of years ago. He ended up going to LSU. But look out for him. A bit of a crafty left-hander. He's deceptive, right? So I'm looking for these kind of names. But if I'm looking at like obvious inside the top 20, I mean, at this point, Savage, I think, is a fit for every single team. I don't know why he's falling. Is it like a signability kind of a thing? I mean, he's a college guy. I don't know. Here we go. The Rays are up.
Of the 2024 MLB Draft, the Tampa Bay Rays select Theo Gillen.
Oh, they took Gillen
from Westlake High School.
I thought they were going to maybe reach further. I like that.
The New York Mets have
I like that a lot. Theo Gillen.
A first-team high school All-American according to Baseball
Good
America
for
Max
them. I like that. I'm actually surprised the Rays didn't reach further, to be completely honest. I mean, hey, Theo Gillen, I'm not surprised here that he went inside the top 20. This is the top high school player coming out of Texas. Really good hit tool. He would be a lot higher if he didn't get shoulder surgery not too long ago. So he really he's a Nick York plus. I think he's got a similar profile to Nick York, but he's way better, right? A much better hit tool, more power, but he had that shoulder surgery just like Nick York did, and now he's pretty limited to second base, right? The arm strength is just gone basically at this point, but the Rays, we've seen, again, sometimes they don't mind that kind of stuff, right? But it's not just the hit tool with Theo Gillen. You're getting an athlete here as well. So I love it. I actually really like this pick a lot. I thought he was going to go a little further than this. I'm glad the Rays did this, to be completely honest, where if they were to do a bit of a reach, I'm glad they didn't go like Carter Johnson, Tyson Lewis, or even like Luke Dickerson. I'm glad they didn't go that far. I'm glad they took Theo Gillen. That's good. I think that's a good pick. So now the question is, what do the New York... the Mets have got to take you Savage here. They have got to take you Savage. Come on. I had Seaver King going to the Mets. Please take you Savage. I don't know. David Stearns, you got to think now, he's with the Mets here. First time drafting, right? I think here, I don't know. When you got David Stearns running the show, do you go for kind of one of these prior few picks that we've seen? A bit of a reach? David Stearns fits the mold of those guys. So, I don't know. I think if you're David Stearns here, I think those names that I mentioned earlier, don't forget about Kellen Lindsay. I could see Kellen Lindsay here too. I could see Stearns and the guys there, the head of the scouting director there. I could see them looking at some of these guys on the lower end. I could even see someone like a Braylon Doty, right? I could see a Tyson Lewis maybe. I could see a Carter Johnson maybe. Maybe Slade Caldwell. I could see something like that as well. A pretty good athlete. I don't say pretty good. That's actually holding back there a lot. I think the guy's very athletic. But then, again, I feel like if you're the Mets here, you got yourself a high floor player in your Savage. I will say this. There's no way your Savage makes it past the Braves. If he makes it past the Braves, I'll be stunned. I will be stunned if he makes it past the Braves. There's no way. Because the Braves always take pitching. But the Mets pick is in. For this one, I have a feeling your Savage isn't... I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like I don't know. But then again, I could also see Stearns being like, yeah, you Savage? Yeah, take him.
Of the 2024 MLB Draft, the New York Mets select Carson Bench, an outfielder.
Oh, okay.
From
All right.
Oklahoma.
Okay, they went Carson Bench. That's kind of a chalky pick to be like, this was kind of the range. I had Carson Bench, I believe, in my first mock draft. I think I had Bench for the Mets. I could be very wrong with that. My potato brain has failed me many times. Who did I have for the Mets in the first mock? I think I went with Bench. Yeah, I went with Bench in my first mock for the Mets. So, it's a very chalky pick. 18th pick or 19th pick, 18th overall. I like it. Bangs, in my opinion, I think is just a really safe player to take. When you look at the advanced metrics, he ranked very high in contact. He ranked well in exit velocity. He ranked well in chase rate. He was top 10 in all of it. Good in the field. He's got decent speed. You know? He almost kind of reminds me in a way, sort of. I don't know why. He just gives me the same vibes as Brett Beatty. I know Beatty has not done very well lately, but he just sort of gives me those vibes. I don't know. Sort of similar looking body, I would say. Maybe that's why. But, no, Bangs, you're looking at a very safe player here. 55 hit, 55 power, has a good arm out there. He was a pitcher at one point, but he got Tommy John. I would imagine he's probably not going to be a pitcher. I don't think that's going to happen, right? But yeah, I like it for the Mets. I think it's good. So good. I'm glad the Mets didn't get cute with it. I think it's a good move. Now, will you Savage go to the Blue Jays? I mean, I think the Blue Jays, they've had a few different players mocked. I had Walker Yannick going here. I've seen Caleb Lomavita. I've seen Malcolm Moore. I think they could use a catcher. But again, you don't draft for need, but I think you can make the consideration that the Blue Jays, you know, we got some players here that are catchers in this range. And I think you could add one. Malcolm Moore, you know, according to reports, had really good interviews. Teams loved him. Yannick really came alive last year at Sam Houston State. I like Caleb Lomavita. I think the guy's got some pretty decent power upside. He's pretty quick for a catcher as well. So I could see one of those. I think you could also see Ryan Waldschmidt. I think Honeycutt's I think Honeycutt's very possible anywhere because, again, while the strikeouts are scary, everything else looks good, right? I think you could see Tommy White, Brody Brecht. I would think at this point, I don't know. I'm not going to keep saying he's Savage over and over again. I just don't think he makes it past the Braves. Don't think he makes it past Atlanta. We got over 800 people in this chat. Thank you for joining me, everyone. Thank you. We usually do power rankings on Sunday nights, and no power rankings tonight. This is more fun. Harrison, how you doing, my friend? Hello. Easy, you say Jays will take you Savage. Yeah. At this point, I don't know where. I mean, it feels like Aaron Rodgers, you know. I'm not saying Trey Savage is that same level of a baseball player that Aaron Rodgers was a football player, but the fall makes me think of the Aaron Rodgers draft. Yeah, baseball AI. Yeah, the Blue Jays, they currently have 2 catchers. The farm needs a catcher, though. They got 1. Let's see what they do here. I'll say either one of the catchers, or I'll go use Savage.
With the 20th pick of the 2024 MLB Draft, the Toronto Blue Jays select Trey Yesavage.
There it is.
Right-handed
Yesavage
pitcher
makes
from
it.
East Carolina University.
He is finally
the Minnesota
off
Twins
the board.
have the next pick.
Hey, I see you in the chat. Christian, big steal. Big steal. Yeah, finally. I think this is good. Good move. Good for the Blue Jays. They got a birthday gift here. But like I said with him, you know, you're getting a high floor guy. He's got a 60 fastball, 60 slider, a 60 splitter, 50 curve. Guy competes up there. You know, they were playing postseason ball. He's a guy, man. He's a safe guy. Kind of like, he's like the Benge of pitching, in my opinion. There is some effort in the delivery. I do wonder if maybe that came into play the effort, I wonder if teams maybe think there could be, it could end up having maybe some arm problems. Like the arms, he's got a pretty interesting arm motion, right? Interesting, not like a very typical looking, set of mechanics, right? But, there's so many guys out there that they don't have blueprint, textbook mechanics, right? But he's Savage. He has a bit of an interesting slot, a bit of an interesting release point. So, teams, I do wonder if that has come into play a little bit when they think about it. I was saying there's no way he makes it past the Braves. Like, the guy was so good at East Carolina. Good stuff. Can't really go wrong. I'm just kind of surprised he made it here. But again, when you think of the draft, you think, you're looking at an entire draft. Teams, they want to use their draft pool money differently. And, these fewer, some of these smaller market teams that just went, we had the Rays going Gillen, right? Which, Gillen, I would imagine they're actually probably going to, that's probably going to be a full slot, I would think, for the Rays, honestly. But the couple of picks before that, Morlando, I think those guys are going to be under slot. So I think for the Rays, they're always shooting for the highest ceiling as possible, right? They probably saw that Gillen has a higher ceiling than Savage. That's the way I see it. But I think for the Blue Jays, I think it just makes a lot of sense. You could end up seeing him, probably, I would think 2026. Probably gets himself a year down to the minor leagues, a couple of years down to the minor leagues. I think you'll see him in the next few years. All right. I like it. Good for the Blue Jays. I'm glad they didn't pass up on that. Right. Now the question is, what do the Blue Jays do at the trade deadline? We're going to have to wait and see. Do they move Bo Bichette? Do they move Vlad Jr.? I don't know. We will see. We will see. Everyone, we are almost at 800 likes. We got 814 people in this chat. We are so close to almost having the same amount of people with the same amount of likes. I mean, this is actually probably the best viewer to like ratio I think I've probably seen in any drafts. That's pretty good. Not bad. Here we go. So up next, we got the Twins. I think the Twins, I had Malcolm Moore going to the Twins. I think you could see Walker Yannick here, maybe. I would say Malcolm Moore. I think you could see Caleb Lomavita. Well, now that Mr. Yasavage is off the board, who do you go? Cam Caminiti. He is sitting there still. Hey, the Twins, they have taken some high school pitching. Could Caminiti be a guy here? I think that's possible. Could you do Tommy White? Great bat. Good career in college. Brody Brecht has upside on the mound. I'll keep saying Waldschmidt and Honeycutt. Could you go with like a high school pitcher, ranked in the 30s here? Maybe a Cash Mayfield. We got a Doty. You got those shortstops down here, Tyson Lewis, Carter Johnson. I think the Twins, they could really go a few different ways here. But who is it? So last year they took I'm going so blank on, oh my God. Wow, I'm going blank on his last name. Walker Jenkins. I was about to say Walker Johnson. I'm like, that's not his name. Here we go. The pick is in.
With the 21st pick of the 2024 MLB Draft, the Minnesota Twins select Kalen Culpepper, a shortstop
they
from
took
Kansas
Culpepper.
State. The Baltimore Orioles have the next pick.
They took Culpepper. Got a Kansas State. Bit of a reach. Bit of a reach. But yeah. Good hit tool. Good arm at short. He probably could end up being a second baseman. Kind of reminds me of Ryan Bliss a little bit. Reminds me of a pick like that. All right. Guy that moves around fine. I'd say Ryan Bliss with a bit of a better arm. All right. Gives me those sort of vibes. All right. Good hit tool. Not really a good amount of power as of right now. But I think you could see that power increase. We'll see. Yeah. He's like that. He's got that second base profile. All right. I like it. I like it. A guy with good makeup as well. That's something I have read about Kalen Culpepper. A guy that, teammates, they love being around him. So I think that definitely could have come into play with him getting to Minnesota. I like that pick. And that will probably be an underslot. So they'll probably save a little bit of money there. So now the question is, we got the Baltimore Orioles. Baltimore Orioles. I am so curious to see what the Orioles do at the trade deadline. So curious. I mean, am I the only one that thinks they need to just go for broke and go for Scooble? Am I the only one? I think I might be. I hope I'm not the only one out there. I think they need to go Scooble, man. I mean, if the Tigers want to move him. But, dude, if I'm Baltimore, I am absolutely picking up the phone. I'm calling Detroit. Say, all right, we need Scooble. We need him. We need him for the postseason. Burns is probably leaving next year, so we need him for next year too. What in the world can we give you for Tarek Scooble? Because here's the thing, right? I know we're talking draft here, everyone. I know we're talking draft, but give me a second here. Because the Orioles, they are up next. Because you got to think with Garrett Crochet, right? I do like the idea of going to Baltimore. But if Scooble is available, I think Scooble would be a better fit right now with Baltimore. Because Scooble helps you in the rotation now. Right, because Crochet has the innings limit. Scooble, on the other hand, I think has a bit more flexibility there. So, and with the year that he's having, and the Orioles, they have a World Series roster there. They could absolutely go for it this year. That, to me, is the Justin Verlander kind of a move, right? When Mike Elias, when they got him for the Astros back in 2017, that's the move right there, right? That puts you over the edge. Don't say the trash cans. Don't you do it. But I think you need to call Detroit. Say, listen, Kobe Mayo, Samuel Basayo, you guys pick one. And we'll throw in, we got Connor Norby. We got some other guys here, right? Got, hey, McDermott, we'll throw him in. Pick a couple more guys and let's get a deal done, right? Brian 35, PJ Morlando. Yeah, you're seeing a pretty good bat overall. A guy that's not really going to be much of an athlete, right, out in the field. Probably just going to be a left fielder for the most part. Probably first base. He's a guy where his bat is going to carry him, but he's got a pretty advanced bat for right now in high school, and he's got a projectable frame, so probably going to see some more power come along from Orlando at some point. I mean, he won the high school home run derby, I'm just saying. So, yeah, Morlando, I think, was a pretty nice reach at that point. But, yeah, Orioles, they need to go get Scooble. I'm going to just say that. Now, as for the draft, I mean, I think if you're the Orioles, you could go a few different ways, like all teams. Hey, they've done well with these college outfielders. Schmidt, he kind of feels like an Oriole, I'm just saying.
Head the next pick.
This is a true
they did it!
ACC Defensive Player of the Year.
Baltimore Orioles select Vance Honeycutt an outfielder from the University of
Oh
North
yeah,
Carolina.
I love that.
The Los
That's a
Angeles
good. That's a
Dodgers
good
have the
pick right there.
This
Yeah,
is a true athlete. ACC defensive.
I love that. I was just saying the Orioles, they go with these outfielders, man. They love the college outfielders. They go with those gamers. I love it. Vance Honeycutt, he's been one of my favorite prospects in this draft. I know the high strikeout rate, high chase rate, not really a lot of contact. He swings and misses a lot, but dude, I love that he is in the Orioles system. Like Honeycutt, you if you go, throw him in. I don't know, if I'm thinking of a different organization, like if Honeycutt went to the Marlins, like I would be like, okay, yeah, if they can figure him out, sure. But you don't trust the Marlins when it comes to the hitting development, right? Because they just haven't been able to produce a lot of good hitting. Brewers, Rays, sure. Even if he went like somewhere in the top, I don't know, none of these teams in the top 10 I could think could make, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think any of these teams, maybe the Red Sox, because they've done well with position players. I think you could have seen a scenario for him there. But the Orioles have done so well with these college bats. I love this. I think this is a great home for him. Oh, that's so good, man. So good. I love this, man. This is one of my favorite picks. Easily one of my favorite picks. I think the Orioles are going to get a lot out of him. But when it comes to Honeycutt, everyone, when it comes to Honeycutt, you got raw power. You got speed. You have a Gold Glove center fielder right now. This guy you could go plug him out in center field right now, and he will be fine, right? He will easily get the job done. Even if he doesn't hit, he is going to save runs for you out there. He's already that good, right? But I like it. And for the Orioles, you don't got to rush him. You can just kind of let him sit down there because they already got so many outfield prospects. I mean, I'm just saying, right? I mean, you got Kowser, right? You got Kerstad. You got Enrique Bradfield Jr. You have your next outfield set. Honeycutt, you can kind of just take your time with him. I'm just saying. I like that move. I like it. I'm glad they did it. Now, we got the Dodgers. What do the Dodgers do here? I think you could see the Dodgers go Brody Brecht. I think Brody Brecht is going to be the pick. Personally. Big Country screams fourth outfielder pop. I think that if that ends up being the floor with Honeycutt, doesn't have to be a bad thing, because you could put him on the bases, he could pinch run at worst. He could be a guy that can go give you some good defense. You know what I mean? If he ends up being a fourth outfielder, yeah. No, I wouldn't say it's the worst thing in the world, right? But if that's the floor with him, is that worth the 22nd pick? I don't know. Probably not. But I trust the Orioles to get a good amount out of him. But yeah, CRAZ951. You're saying here, Robbie, I've been saying Brody is our guy. I don't think Brecht gets by here. He feels like a Dodger to me. Feels like a Dodger. I think I had Brecht to the Orioles. I think. One second, everyone. 1 second, everyone. Okay. So, but if it's not Brody Brecht in this spot, you know, I wonder if Waldschmidt ends up being the guy here. Maybe Caminiti? I'll go Brecht. Maybe Tommy White. Here we go. Pick is in.
From Hardy High School, watch
Oh, did they
To the podium.
with the 23rd pick of the 2024 MLB Draft, the Los Angeles Dodgers select Kellen Lindsay.
Oh, they
a
took Kellen
shortstop.
Lindsay. Wow, big upside pick there, man. Big upside
Baseball
pick.
field, very similar to Trey Turner. You're talking about how fast he is. He can
I was
fly.
just
We got a
about
chance
to
spend
say
some
that,
time
man. I was just about to say, doesn't this feel like a Trey Turner right here? A guy with a ton of upside, but a very good athlete. I like this one, man. I like that the Dodgers got him. High upside shortstop, a guy that was playing football a lot in high school, but now he's dedicated his time to baseball. Easily one of the most athletic players in this draft. Easily. He's got an 80 speed on ESPN. I think they give him a 75 here on Pipeline. Yeah, they give him a 75 on Pipeline. But the fact that he hasn't really played all that much, because again, he was really dedicated to football at one point, but over the last couple of years, that's when he's dedicated his time to playing baseball. So, and he already has a really good hit tool. Tell me this does not feel like Trey Turner. I know, Reynolds just said it, but that's kind of what I was thinking too. Feels like a Trey Turner because of that speed and has a good hit, right? And you can let that power come into play. I like this. I like this overall. Yeah, Kuro Kazama, Kellen Lindsay is a bold pick. It is bold. It definitely is. But the Dodgers, I will always trust their player development. Always. Always, always, always. Oh, the Yotes. He goes to my school. I'm curious if he's in this or not. I think, because I live in the Central Florida area. Where is that again? He went to Hardy High School. That is... Oh, okay, that's like 2 hours away from me. Where is that? Oh, it's like heading towards Sarasota. Okay. Yeah, it's on the way to the West Coast. I like it, though. The reason I like it for Kellen Lindsay is because he's in a system that has just time and time again churned out good talent. Love that. Love that. Now we are on. This is actually moving pretty quick here tonight, everyone. Moving pretty quick. We're already at the Braves. What do the Braves do here? I think here you could see some high school pitching. Could this be a Caminiti landing spot? Could this be a Caminiti landing spot? Andrew Bergen's really cool guy. Played high school with him. Yeah, that's cool, man. I always love it. This is one of the reasons I love the draft at this time, is because I love when these guys are getting drafted, and every year I always get either teammates or I get comments saying, yeah, I played with him, he was really good, or I played against him, he was so good. I always love that. I love that connection when I read those comments. It's always fun to read those. Always. So, but the Braves are interesting here because I did not expect Caminiti to be at this spot. I was told by a little birdie, I was told that if Caminiti were in the bottom half of the draft, don't be surprised. I had a little birdie tell me that. Can't really get in fully to the reasoning, but I was told. But This feels like if the Braves were to do something here, I mean, hello? You got Caminiti, but could Caminiti this year be that Brock Porter kind of a guy? Remember Brock Porter was ranked really high and he went to the 4th round?
A left-handed pitcher from
they took him.
High School.
Give us the breaking news.
With the 24th pick of the 2024 MLB draft, the Atlanta Braves select Cam Caminiti, a left-handed pitcher from Saguaro High School.
Man, the Braves got themselves a birthday gift, man. Wow. Got themselves a birthday gift. Number 24 overall. Wow. I see you in the chat. KI, Braves always go picture. Yeah. And they got themselves a good one here, man. Good for them. That could be their next Max Fried. CJ LaChapelle, are you here? I don't think Max Fried is going back because you got Caminiti ready in a few years. There it is. Really good value for the Braves here, man. You're getting, for me personally, he was my highest ranked high school pitcher. Because, again, I just love the repertoire that he already has. He already has 4 pitches that he plays with and has good stuff with good velocity already. Good projectable size. I like that. I mean, he's 6'2". He's very young as well, 17 years old. But I like this for him because he's 17. That's really young. But he's going to an organization that is just such a winning environment in Atlanta. I really like it. Like, to me, I think it's a really good organization for him to go to, you know, considering he is younger than pretty much all of these prospects. Man, oh man. Now, we got the Padres. So we got 6 more picks. 6 more picks. A couple of super chats coming in. Lonely Wolf, who howls alone at the moon. $2. Braves get lucky again, just like Waldrop. Yeah, the Braves, they seem to always be in the right place at the right time. Manjit Singh, $1.99. Do you think Caminiti goes to LSU or signs? I think he signs. I think he's got to sign here, right? I mean, come on. You're going to turn down the Braves? But who knows? Maybe he could take that William Schmidt route where he goes to college. He bets on himself. I mean, I think it's possible. I mean, could you imagine William Schmidt, Caminiti, pitching for LSU? That's not bad. I think there is a possibility that he uses that as leverage. You know, him and the family, the agent. I think there is a chance he could go to LSU. But we'll see. It's Alex Anthopoulos. He usually gets the job done. He usually gets the deal done. I think he'll get it done. We got another super chat coming here. SoundFX09, $9.99. With the 24th pick in the 24 draft, your Atlanta Braves select Cam Caminiti, an incredible pitching prospect from Arizona. Braves always pick pitching prospects, and I am elated. Go Bravos. I like it. I think it's a good value pick here. He slid down. I think it's very interesting about the LSU thing, right? We have seen guys go in the first round before, and they end up passing, right? Caminiti is a guy where I think he could go to college, and I think he could easily improve his stock, and he could be a top 10 guy. It's going to be interesting. I think he has that potential to even be, let's say he goes and balls out at LSU for a little bit. I think he could end up being a top 5 guy. I mean, look at Hagen Smith. Hagen Smith going number 5. Yeah, either way, though, if the Braves, if they can get him, that'd be awesome. The Padres, they got their pick in quick.
And Jim, the question with that would be, how have they done? Pretty good.
Time to find out right now.
With the 25th pick of the 2024 MLB Draft, the San Diego Padres select Cash Mayfield.
I got one right. I got one right. I can't believe it.
In Elk City, Oklahoma.
In my final mock, I got one right. I had Padres getting Cash Mayfield. I can't believe it, everyone. I got the first pick right, and then I swung and missed on all the other ones, but I finally got one right at number 25. I like it. I like it because I guessed it. Cash Mayfield. This is a guy, I thought he was going to go after Cam Caminiti, right? To me, the reason I liked Cash Mayfield ahead of William Schmidt is because, again, he has more, right now, I would say, of a floor, right? Because with William Schmidt has the big curveball, good velocity, but not really too much after that. But with Cash Mayfield, he has pretty decent velocity already, and he's 6'4", only growing into his frame, has a plus changeup, and throws a lot of strikes, right? So he's got all that going for him, and most likely is, probably going to be a little cheaper than William Schmidt, right? Because William Schmidt was ranked higher. So, yeah, Cash Mayfield, I'm not surprised. Not surprised to see him go here in the first round, right? And you got the lefty there. He's just got a good delivery, too, a repeatable delivery. Just very clean mechanics, right? Throws with ease. But again, he has that projection, man. I know I use that word a lot, but 6'4", a lefty, he could be really good, right? This felt like a Padres kind of a pick. I like it. But now we got the Yankees. The Yankees are slipping and sliding all over the place lately, dropping their series to the Orioles. Another super chat coming in. Lonely Wolf who howls alone at the moon, $2 super chat. AA is going to use his mafia ties to make him sign. Oh, man. That's what I mean. Like, I think you could see Caminiti really use the LSU thing, but I could also see Anthopoulos getting the deal done. I could see it, man. I mean, hey, Anthopoulos, he's gotten deals done a lot, so let's see. And real quick, who was the one pick that the Braves had a little while ago that he ended up not signing with them? Who was it? I'm going blank on the name. Carter Stewart? Was that? I thought there was someone else too. I could have sworn there was another one. Who was the other guy? He was like the third pick. It was like the 5th pick or the 7th pick or something. Who was it? Huh. Must have went to a different team. The guy that I'm thinking of, wasn't there a guy that went to Japan or something? Who was that? He got drafted, but then he just went and played pro ball, like in Japan. Was that a Braves pick? I'm going so blank. Who was that? Was that Carter Stewart? remember who that was. Maybe that was Carter Stewart. Oh yeah, it was. It was Carter Stewart. That's right. I don't know why. I thought it was a different name. Yeah, because I'm reading back up on it again. It's been like, what, 6 years, right? He had a wrist injury, but the Braves weren't offering him the full slot. So then he went back into college, and then he ended up going to the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. That's where he signed a 6-year deal where he had $7 million guaranteed. And then last year, he signed a new 2-year, $10 million deal. So that has happened with the Braves. If you go back to 2018, where they didn't sign him. So we will see. Can the Braves get it done with Caminiti? But we have the Yankees on the clock. The Yankees, I mean, I think you could see maybe someone like a Dakota Jordan here. We'll see. Maybe Tommy White. He'd have to shave the beard. Oh, no.
All of Bomber Nation, all the fans in the Bronx, paying attention right now.
I had Billy Amick going with the final, in my final mock draft.
Diamondbacks, and then Rangers. The Rangers will wrap it up at 30. Here now, Commissioner Rob Manfred.
With the 26th pick of the 2024 MLB Draft, the New York Yankees select Ben Hess, a right-handed pitcher from the University of...
Wow, really? Brody Brecht did not go before Ben Hess? Interesting. So Ben Hess, he's 44th overall out of Alabama. He's got a big fastball slider. I could see why someone like Ben Hess would end up going further than Brody Brecht, right? 6'5", big guy, plus fastball, plus slider, has a curveball there, has a changeup. So there's more repertoire with him. I'd say there's more floor with someone like Ben Hess. Brody Brecht, on the other hand, has just the massive fastball slider combo, has the splitter to go along with it. There's more floor with Brody Brecht. There's more ceiling I just got that mixed up. There's more ceiling with Brody Brecht. There's more floor with Ben Hess. So maybe the Yankees valued that. I mean, they did have there was a Jonathan Santucci here, but as you can see, he only has 3 pitches. I don't know why would to me, Ben Hess, I remember thinking this a little while ago. I'm like, why is Ben Hess ranked below Santucci here, where he only has 3 pitches to play with, doesn't throw a lot of strikes, but Hess was, in my opinion, really solid, right? Got someone like a Luke Holman that was here. He's got a 4-pitch mix, throws a lot of strikes. Yeah. I think the Yankees, they were just looking for a safe pick here, right? That's kind of the way it seemed to go, right? They were just number 26, looking for something safe. I could see why they would have Hess ahead of a Brody Brecht. Now, Brody Brecht, I'm not surprised to see Brecht go this far. I thought maybe the Dodgers could have been a spot here, because they do so well with their development. So I thought that could have been a good home. But now, if there's a spot for Brecht, I could see the Phillies here. For Brecht, I could maybe see the D-backs. They've gone college. Honestly, I wonder if Brecht makes it to number 32 to the Orioles. I feel like the Orioles could use something with the pitching in their organization. You just got Vance Honeycutt. Could they go get Brody Brecht too? I don't care if people hate that. I mean, that would be a very high ceiling draft or first round for the Orioles if it ends up falling that way. I would love that though. If they get Honeycutt and Brecht, I mean it's like very high risk but high reward picks. I think you could see Brecht go here. He has been connected with him. He has been connected with the Phillies. You still got a couple of catchers here. The Phillies don't really have a whole lot of catching in their system. I think you could see a catcher. Still got Walker Yannick on the board, Malcolm Moore, Caleb Lomavita. Caleb Lomavita was my first pick for the Phillies in my first mock draft. I'm very excited to see what ends up happening here. Got the Phillies having a great year, but can they get themselves a good player? I would go catcher. But what do I know? I don't know anything. Highest upside. I mean, you still got Ryan Sloan on the board still. Don't forget about Ryan Sloan here. I think you could see him. They've done the high school pitching.
An outfielder.
Voted by the players. Better person.
I don't know what is going on with this player.
Commissioner, go ahead, take it.
Of the 2024 MLB draft, the Philadelphia Phillies select Dante Nori, an outfielder from Northville.
All right, this is a bit of a reach for the Phillies here.
Michigan.
Dante Nori. Definitely a reach here. So they went with, looks like a pretty good underslot here. I mean, again, you're sort of seeing this profile, a good hit tool, good speed. He's got that high bat upside with the athleticism, so I could see it. Yeah, there's definitely some projection here. What holds Nori back, though, is the fact that he's 5'10", so he's going to be a smaller player. I don't think that's all. I don't think that's very fair, honestly. Like, when you got guys that are under 6 feet, I don't know. I don't think it necessarily means they're going to be a bad player. Like, I always hate that holds some of these players back when it comes to their rankings. But when you see tools like this, when you see a 55 hit, when you see that 65 run, I mean, yeah, that's a good upside pick. I do like it overall. I do like it. So for the Phillies, hey, they're really gearing up for that later window, right? You've got some guys down there, Andrew Painter, he's going to be coming back here eventually. Adding a guy like this, there could be upside there, right? So I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. I don't hate it. Do the Astros go with a Brody Brecht? Do they go with a catcher? Do they go with a Walker Yannick? Do they go with a Malcolm Moore? Do they go with a Caleb Lomavita? I had Theo Gillen going to the Astros, but the Rays ruined that one. I would say, for me, I mean, you still got Ryan Sloan. Could they go high school pitching here? Tommy White? Tommy White's still here. I mean, man, that would be a pretty good bat to add to your system. Tommy White. I need it. The MLB channel, the Yanks pick was awful. Hess feels like such a Yankee kind of a pick. Such a Yankee kind of a pick, right? Just like that safe pick at the back half in the first round. Just feels like it, man. Here we go. The Boo Birds are coming out.
A catcher from Sam Houston. With the 28th pick of the 2024 MLB Draft, the Houston Astros select Walker Yonick, a catcher from
Oh, they
Sam
did it.
Houston.
Walker
The
Yonick
Arizona
is off the
Diamondbacks
board,
have the next
ladies
pick.
and gentlemen. Finally, we got a catcher off the board. I like it. Walker Yonick was really good last year at Sam Houston State. That dude exploded last year. Hit like 370 or something like that. But the best defensive catcher in this draft, in my opinion, right? The best all-around catcher in this
He did a
draft.
little bit of everything. He hits.
Do
He's got
like this overall. Oh, sorry, I had that playing. Yeah, best catcher overall in this draft, number 24 overall on Pipeline. It does say, 50 hit, 50 power. I would actually give him a 55 hit at this point, considering what he did last year at Sam Houston State. Really good numbers he put up. But a guy that he just makes repeated contact. The exit velocities were pretty good with him last year. Decent when it comes to the chase, not terrible. But you're getting a really good arm with a Walker Yonick. I do see the potential for him to be an everyday catcher. I don't see really anything to doubt with him behind the plate. He really showed a lot with the bat last year. I like that for Houston. I think that's pretty solid. So, good pick there. I actually like that. That's one of my more favorite picks of this draft. And actually, when it comes to the Astros with the catching, that's really good because they had one catcher in their top 30, Miguel Palma, but there's probably the fact, with the arm, he's probably not going to make it as a catcher long term. So you're probably looking at him as a first baseman. I love that. Good for the Astros. I think that's a really good pick. Astros fans, you should be very happy with that. I think it's really solid. So, but here we go. We got the Diamondbacks at number 29, the defending National League champions. The Diamondbacks, again, you're at the back of this first round. What could you do here? You still got Ryan Sloan, number 19 overall. Ryan Sloan, he is committed to Wake Forest, so I wonder if there's some signability there. He's 6'5". Ryan Sloan is a guy, man. Very, very good upside. But I'm wondering if he ends up going to Wake Forest. D-backs, they could go the college route here. They could go Tommy White. You still got Ryan Waldschmidt there. I'm wondering with Ryan Waldschmidt, if teams, because he had the ACL surgery, couple of years ago, year and a half ago. Or was it a couple of years ago, where I wonder if that is coming up with teams. I'm very surprised Waldschmidt has not gone. I don't know. I find that surprising. He had really good advanced metrics last year. Across the board, he was really solid. But I don't know. Again, with him, he has the athleticism, but he doesn't have a good arm. So maybe teams are a little spooked with his knee or something. I don't know. Yeah, Waldschmidt, he's still here. Very surprised. Yeah, with the Diamondbacks, I would either say it's Waldschmidt. I think you could go Brody here. I was telling everyone, I had a guy comment in my mock draft video. I said, or he's like, dude, are you crazy? You don't have Tommy White going in the first round? I'm like, he doesn't have defense, and he's not very fast. He's really just a bat at the end of the day. He's a first baseman DH. Probably, could play some third maybe, but he's probably more of a first baseman DH. But I did think with Tommy White, I had him in one of my mocks. I had him going to the Rangers. So I think there is a chance Tommy could go here with one of these. Or he could be a competitive balance or like a second round. So Brody, again, it's like that. He's got that fastball slider combo, but he doesn't throw strikes. So that's when I see someone like a Brody Brecht, like, yeah, he's got like a big fastball slider, but if you don't got the command, if you can't throw strikes, then you're probably looking at, you're a second round, maybe even a third round pick. So I think you could see Brody slip into the second round. So I'm not sure if he goes here. Could you see Slade Caldwell go here? You know, again, another one of these undersized guys. We just saw one get drafted there with the Phillies with Dante Nori. So Slade Caldwell would be the other one. You know, could you see him go to the D-backs here? You got some other catchers here. You got Malcolm Moore. You still got a Caleb Lomavita there. We know the D-backs, they do love their catchers. They do love their catchers. I'm just saying. Let's see.
With the 29th pick of the 2024 MLB Draft, the Arizona Diamondbacks select Slade Caldwell.
Oh, they did it. They did it. They did it. They did it.
From
Slade
Valley
Caldwell.
View High School in Jonesboro, Arkansas.
Good. I'm glad, man. I'm glad. Slade Caldwell. I like that. Very good athlete, man. Very good athlete. I had him in my first mock. I had him going like 15. I thought there was a potential for him to go on an underslot in that, 10, well, not 10, more like the 15 to 20 range. But a good athlete here. 55 on the hit, 65 on the run. He's good in the field. Not really a great arm, but you're looking at an everyday center fielder down the road. He has the commitment to Mississippi. So will he end up going there? I don't know. So we'll see. But I like this. I think that's a good pick. Good pick for the D-backs. I was really hoping they wouldn't go with a catcher here. Oh, I was so hoping they didn't go with a catcher. But I would not have been surprised. Good for Slade Caldwell, man. Look at that swing, man. I don't know if anyone's watching on ESPN here. But dude's got an explosive swing. Very good athlete. But he's undersized, so that's what holds him back. But whatever, 5'9". I mean, goodness gracious. I'm 5'11". Maybe I'm like 5'10 and a half. I'll say 5'11". I feel good about myself today. But yeah, it's like whatever. Who cares, man? If these guys can hit, if they can just blaze in the field, man, who cares? Good, man. Take advantage of that athleticism. Now we got the defending champs. We got the Texas Rangers. Could this be Tommy White here? Could this be Tommy Tanks? But, I mean, again, you still got Sloan. Still sitting there. You still got Brecht. I mean, we've seen what's been going on here, with the Rangers over the last couple of years. They have not been able to get it going with Jack Leiter. Do they go with another college pitcher here in Brody Brecht? Colin, I see you, man. Waldschmidt. I mean, they've been going college heavy over the last several years. I think Waldschmidt could be a pretty good one here. That would make some sense. If they wanted to go, I think Malcolm Moore could be a guy here. Look out for that. Malcolm Moore, he doesn't necessarily have to be a catcher. He could end up being a first baseman. Good bat. So I could either see Tommy White, Malcolm Moore, or I could see one of these shortstops here like Tyson Lewis or Carter Johnson. I think Carter Johnson could end up being a guy here. Out of Tyson Lewis and Johnson, Johnson, I think, has the better upside with the bat, personally, while Tyson Lewis has more of that athleticism. So, Carter Johnson, I prefer him, personally. Nothing against Tyson Lewis. I like a dude that can run, man, but I could see Johnson go here. In my first mock draft, I had Wyatt Sanford. Thought there was that possibility. Could you go? And again, I'll go back to the catchers there. I said Malcolm Moore. You got Caleb Lomavita sitting there. You know, Billy Amick is sitting there. You know? Maybe Billy Amick, he could end up moving to first base at some point. Yeah. I wonder, I'm starting to think with Ryan Sloan, I'm wondering if there's some signability. Because again, I felt like that was a picture they definitely could have taken. So, here we go. The pick is in.
With the 30th pick of the 2024 MLB Draft, the Texas Rangers select Malcolm Moore.
I am speaking picks into existence here.
All right, well, Malcolm Moore, one of
Speaking
the top
picks
catchers
into
in the
existence here. I feel like I've done pretty good in the last few. I've been saying some names, and they've been getting picked. I like this. I think Malcolm Moore is a good one. Again, he could be a catcher. There's a high upside bat there. He actually ranked pretty well when it came to the advanced metrics. When you looked at the contact, the exit velocity, the plate discipline with him, you know, not really a high chase rate with him. Let me actually go back here where he ranked. He was surprisingly high. Let me see. Was it this one? So Malcolm Moore, I had him, he was in my top 10 when it came to my overall hitters. The positional question mark holds him back, but Malcolm Moore, he actually had the 4th highest contact percentage last year, and he had the 8th lowest chase rate. So you're getting a pretty disciplined hitter, and he makes a lot of contact. Now, they're explaining here on TV, because he has like this like kind of a toe tap kind of a thing, where there's like a timing sort of a thing with him. But he hit really well last year. He put up really good numbers. So the problem is whether or not he stays at catcher. I think he probably ends up being a first baseman. Hey, who knows? Maybe the Rangers can develop him. I like that. I think that's a really good pick for the Rangers there at 30. I had Malcolm Moore going to the Twins at number 21. Yeah. This is good. Very good. Everyone, can you help us get to 900 likes? We are almost at 900 likes. Can you help us get to 1,000 likes? I'm going to put up a poll. It's poll time, everyone. We got some competitive balance picks coming up, I believe. Are those tonight? All right, we're going to end the other poll. And we're going to see here if we can hit 1,000. Can we hit 1,000 likes? Vote in the poll, everyone. We did hit the 100 like goal. Can we hit 1,000 likes? We are 98 likes away. 98 likes away. I feel like it's been a really solid first round, you know, kind of looking back on it. You've had a couple of surprises. You know, you've had a couple of reaches, right? You're going to see some underslots there. I do wonder about Caminiti a little bit. Does he end up just passing and he just goes to LSU? I think that's really possible. Here's the reason with that. The LSU thing, I think, is so interesting with Caminiti, man. I really do. Because, hey, look who's starting the All-Star game this year in the National League. All right, Paul Skeens coming out of LSU. They did a great job with him. Caminiti, I mean, he got picked number 24. I really do see a situation where he could go to LSU, have a good season, and then he eventually comes back into the draft, and he ends up being a top 10 pick. I think that's very possible. But overall, I think this first round, it's been pretty straightforward for the most part, but you've had a few little surprises. What else we got? The Amazons. Mark is yes, Draftnik Mark. He is not feeling well. I had told that, or I was told that. Oh, was Mark? We got a Mark raid. We got a Draftnik Mark raid. Oh man, what's going on, everyone? The Draftnik Mark Army. How you doing, everyone? Welcome. Appreciate all of you stopping by. Manjit Singh. You had a super... Oh, I didn't see this. Manjit Singh, I'm so sorry. Cam Caminiti posted a LSU logo and delete... I think he's going to LSU, man. I think Caminiti's going to LSU. Oh, man. Listen... If it's like any other school, I mean, it's LSU. I mean, they got, one of the top baseball programs in the country. I don't know, man. Braves fans, I understand the excitement with the Caminiti pick. I don't know, man. What did Foolish Baseball just say? Babe, wake up. New blank old Schmidt just dropped. We got a new old Schmidt. Not Gold Schmidt, but Wald Schmidt. Giraffe, Robbie, out of 10, what do you rate the Blue Jays number 20 pick with Trey Savage? I think for the value... Considering he was 11th overall, he's a safe pick. There is effort with his delivery. But I think overall, if he stays healthy, I think that's a guy that ends up, being anywhere like a 4 to a 3 ERA kind of a guy. He's got a good mix. Now I'm trying to think with the Blue Jays, who was the last best pitcher that the Blue Jays developed? Who was the last really good homegrown pitcher for the Blue Jays? I don't know. There's probably one right now that I'm going completely blank on. Yeah, Colin. Yeah, Roy Halladay. I was trying to think of someone after him. You got Stroman. Yeah. Yeah, but when you think of the Blue Jays, not really often they develop these pitchers, right? They tend to develop the position players better. Oh yeah, Alek Manoah. Yeah. Man, oh man, recency bias really comes into play right there. Alek Manoah. That's how, wow, he literally just came up a couple of years ago and dominated, and then he fell off the face of the planet. Well, I guess it did work out for a year. Yeah, Marcus Stroman, yeah. No, Joey, the draft is, they're doing the competitive balance picks here. So I don't know if they're taking like a small little break. I figured we could go until this. Yeah, I wanted to wait until at least the competitive balance picks were done. They're talking about Vance Honeycutt there. I wanted to listen about that. I think he has a huge chance to be a star, just like he was saying on TV. The Orioles, man. Oh, that's such a good spot for him. Such a good spot. BCJ's fan. Hey, you listen. Alek Manoah had a good year. All right, he did have the one good year. You can't deny that one. The Amazons. Jose Iglesias is going to be singing at the Home Run Derby? No, he's not. Stop it. No, he's not. He's having another concert. Please tell me Jose Iglesias is having a. Please tell me he's having a concert. But yeah, okay, so we got these competitive balance picks here. You got the D-backs, you got the Orioles, right? So remember, you get these picks. So as you can see here, remember the Rookie of the Year thing. Remember they put those incentives in place. If you end up winning Rookie of the Year, and you end up putting them on the opening. If you end up putting them on the opening day roster, and they win Rookie of the Year, well, then you could end up getting a pick for it, and there you go. And same thing with Gunnar Henderson, right? So you get rewarded for not keeping your players down in the minor leagues, right? Because teams, there was that trend for a while where you would hold them down in the minors, try and get another year of club control, right? So you don't have to start their clock so soon, right? So, but because the D-backs and the Orioles, they went forward with Carroll and Henderson, and they won Rookie of the Year, they end up getting benefited, right? So they get these extra picks here. So I don't know. Do they take like a break here, or? I mean, I figured they would just kind of jump right into these. I thought they were going to do the competitive balance picks. Well, these are the prospect promotion incentive picks. Well, my homeland lost in the Euro Cup final today. For those of you that don't know, I was born in England, and England did not hang on to that one today. Man, oh man. So wait, is this off of TV now? So I guess this is off of TV. Oh, so they got the picks in. Oh, okay. I thought they were going to be showing it on TV. Oh, I am sorry, everyone. I am sorry. Okay, the picks are in. There's Ryan Whoa, good pick for the D-backs. Ryan Waldschmidt. So they must have gotten a bit of a deal, right? So if you go back to that first round, right, the D-backs basically had back-to-back picks. So I mentioned this in my mock drafts, right? I said, I wonder if the D-backs end up going with an underslot at 29, right? And then they use the savings for the next pick, right? So they probably cut a deal right there with Waldschmidt. So the Caldwell, they're probably going to be able to save. So that pick is worth 3.05. So they could probably end up saving maybe, I don't know, like a few $100,000 there. Maybe they end up signing him for like 2.75, maybe 2.5. And then they end up using that money for Waldschmidt. And then, for the Rangers, I think that was just such a smart pick, just taking Malcolm Moore. I think he was a bit underrated in this draft. I think his bat was. But yeah, no, this makes sense. So Ryan Waldschmidt, the pick value here is at 2.90. So they probably said, hey, Waldy, we'll go at like $3 million or whatever that is. All right, so the compensation picks now. This year for when the free agents ended up signing somewhere else, right? So Sonny Gray, he went to the Cardinals. So the Twins, they got a draft pick for that because they offered him the qualifying offer. And then the Cardinals, they gave up a draft pick for Sonny Gray. So the Twins, they just used that, and they got themselves Kyle DeBarge. So Kyle DeBarge, I believe he was down here. Where was he? Definitely a reach with this one. Oh, there he is, number 67, right? So you're getting one of these, he's a college shortstop, more one of these under the radar college shortstops. He went to Louisiana Lafayette, right? So it's definitely not one of the big schools in the nation, but a guy that, undersized, another one of these undersized guys, 5'9", but a 55 hit and a 60 run, right? So you're starting to see, I'm telling you, I feel like we're going into a different direction when it comes to future prospects. Remember, for a while, you're seeing teams taking these high power upside kind of guys, right? But now you're seeing, I think, a bit less of that, right? You're seeing guys with good hit tools and not really a whole lot of power, but they have that athleticism. I remember saying that a couple of years ago, right, when it came to draft picks. I remember thinking, like, for me personally, I would rather take a guy with a good hit tool already, who's advanced at the plate, who already just does well with the bat. He makes good decisions at the plate. He doesn't swing and miss, guy that doesn't chase. Even if he doesn't have a lot of power, you can develop that power, right? Have him start drinking some whole milk, having some protein shakes, getting a little beef on their bones, hit the gym a little bit, hit the weights, work on adding some power in the lab. And then, so this is, I feel like you're seeing more of that. I remember talking about that a couple of years ago when we were doing the draft. I'm glad, man. A guy that's good in the field too. I think it's a good high upside pick. And again, I don't know why these guys, they get ranked like so low down here just because they're undersized. I think it's just like, I don't know, man. Like, he's 67 overall. The next best shortstop actually, no, there isn't a. The next best shortstop in college was Kalen Culpepper, who also had a good hit tool, was a bit bigger, right? A few inches taller. So they probably thought here with this pick with Culpepper, they saw a bit more size, so they probably see a bit more of the power upside there. So I could see why he would be, so ahead. But, like, I don't know, man. I just feel like he's down here at 67. I feel like there could, should be a little bit of a raise there when it comes to his ranking. So, okay. So now we got the competitive balance round underway. Blake Burke has gone to the Brewers. A bit of a reach here. He's 65 overall. But out of Tennessee, from the defending champs, right? Had a 31-game hit streak. So you got yourself a pretty decent hitter. This was a name I had actually been told to look out for at one point, was Blake Burke. So if we were to pull up here, so you're looking here at a guy. So here's a power over a hit guy, right? He's got the 60 power with the 50 hit. So you're pretty much seeing a guy who could be like a 30 home run kind of a guy, hits 240, 250, a guy that gives you some pop, right? So he gives you some of that. He's looking like a first base DH kind of a guy. But, yeah, I'm wondering what's going on here with Brody Brecht. He's number 21 overall. Tommy White. I'm really surprised, like, Tommy White didn't go here in this spot to the Milwaukee Brewers. So, remember, that pick was for the Corbin Burnes trade, right? So, the Orioles sent back that to the Brewers, so you get a power hitter basically in exchange for, so you get him, and then you got the two prospects, right? So you got Joey Ortiz, and then you got DL Hall. So Joey Ortiz, DL Hall, and Blake Burke for Corbin Burnes, right? So you get a power hitter guy in his fourth year. I'm kind of surprised, though, he went before Tommy White. Pretty surprised about that. I don't know, man. I wonder what's going on here with Tommy White. Very interesting. Now, if we were to go here, when it came to Tommy White, there is a bit of chase with him, right? So as you can, it says here, right, Known more for his slugging, he's underrated as a hitter who makes repeated contact with impressive exit velocities. Though he's overly aggressive and regularly expands his strike zone, he rarely swings and misses, right? So maybe teams, because of the lack of athleticism there, he's not really going to have a great position, or he's not going to have great positional value. He's probably just going to be a first baseman DH. I don't know. For me, he's way ahead here of Blake Burke, right? So now you got J.D. Dix, another young shortstop, so another bit of a reach there. Kind of surprised he went over one of these guys down here in Carter Johnson and Tyson Lewis. So we got to go all the way down to 75 for J.D. Dix. So again, you're sort of seeing that same profile, the 55 hit, 55 run. He's got a good arm, good field. So, it's a guy where there is projection there. So where I could see him being more valued over, say, someone like a Carter Johnson is where with Carter Johnson has a good hit tool, but with Dix, he's got a higher run tool, right? So I think that's what teams are really valuing now. They're really looking for those guys who can hit, and they're looking for those guys that can run. I mean, that's kind of what I think you're starting to see what the game is turning towards now. You're starting to see more of those profiles, right? So up next, we got the Guardians. So the Guardians picking Travis Bazzana with the first overall pick, and they go Braylon Doty. So Braylon Doty, this pick is valued at 2.57. So there were talks at one point with him going to the Atlanta Braves because that could have been like an underslot kind of a deal. Well, I think this is also there's also, I think, going to be some money here where I think so it depends on what Bazzana ends up signing for. So remember, the number one pick overall was $10.5 million, right? If Bazzana, say, takes 9.5 or 9.6, 9.7, you're still going to be saving yourself a good chunk of change. So Braylon Doty in this situation, you could end up using those savings where he's a guy that, he could easily go to college. And where was he committed again? He was committed to go to Oklahoma State. So that's a guy where you can tempt him with a little bit more money. You could use the savings from Travis Bazzana if there are. I don't think Travis Bazzana I don't think he's going to end up getting the full slot. I think he ends up getting like 9.5 to 9.8 personally. So I think you use that extra money, or at least some of it, and give it to Doty. I think that's a good pick there for Cleveland. I actually really like that pick because I think you're going to be able to pay him now, and he's not going to go to college. So I think that's going to be good. So Big Country. I just ripped through the internet to see every piece of Benge I can find. I'll take it. That swing will play. Yeah, I think he's a safe pick. I like it. I think it's going to be a good pick overall. Again, he kind of reminds me of Beatty, sort of. But I think he has I think there's more of an upside there than Beatty, personally. I don't know. Maybe that's hindsight coming into play. We'll see. The Locos 27. Thoughts on Cags at number 6? I thought he was going to go to the White Sox. I mean, the White Sox reportedly had some good meetings with him, and it seemed to be good. But in the end, the White Sox, they stuck to their strengths. They drafted pitching, right? And they stuck with Hagen Smith. That was a guy who I was looking at. I'm like, man, I feel like the White Sox. I remember my first mock draft. I remember thinking, man, White Sox, Hagen Smith, I don't know. Am I only coming up with this because of the Garrett Crochet, drafting a lefty, Noah Schultz, right? But no, I thought there was a connection there, and I think the White Sox aren't as far away as people think. So, yeah, Hagen Smith going there makes sense to me. And that ended up benefiting the Royals, right? Getting Caglione, that guy could end up being a really good hitter, right? I mean, that guy could end up being he could end up being a 30 home run kind of a guy. Don't be surprised also if Caglione ends up moving to the outfield at some point, right? Where, yeah, he's a first baseman as of right now. I think he could end up being like a corner outfielder because he has a really good arm, right? So I like the pick for the Royals. I think they needed a pick like that. Sarah, how you doing? Love our pick in Weatherhole. I think that's a great pick for the Cardinals. He's such a Cardinal kind of a pick. I was kind of hoping Nick Kurtz would go there, but I'm not surprised to see Nick Kurtz go number 4. Was not surprised about that at all. I knew Oakland really liked him, and that type of bat, that type of profile, like fits perfectly into what Oakland likes. So, Justin Goins, clearly the White Sox want to be the first team mentioned on Robbie's power rankings for a long time. Oh, man. The White Sox, I think the White Sox are going to be pretty good in a couple of years, man. They got some good players coming up, and they're about to trade away Crochet. I think, personally, they should trade Luis Robert. I think he's been looking good. That bat's been heating up with him lately. Oh, Brody Brecht just went to the Rockies. Oh, the Rockies did not get Chase Burns, so they get Brody Brecht. Oh, man. I love that. I actually really like that. So they get Charlie Condon. They didn't get Chase Burns, but instead they get Charlie Condon and they get Brody Brecht. That slider is I love this pick. That's such a good pick, man. I love that. That slider is really going to play well at Coors. Sliders play well at Coors. I think that's awesome for the Rockies. This is a good draft for the Rockies, man. Really nice draft. Duck 3453. Did the Rockies just win the draft? Don't tell me they just won the draft. They got Condon and Brecht. I love it. I love it. Chicken Wing. Why is it not on TV anymore? I guess they just had the first round for TV. So, but we got one more pick here. We got the Nationals. The Nationals just got this pick last night in the Hunter Harvey trade. So the Nationals, they just picked, going back here to the first round, they picked Seaver King, which was a bit of a reach, I thought. So do the Nationals maybe backtrack a little bit here? Do they end up going? Do they go? So if I'm looking, so I think they're going to be able to save some money with Seaver King. I think they're going to be able to save money there, at least a little bit. So, I mean, could they go with a Billy Amick? No, they're not going to go Billy Amick. No, because they just picked up Caden Wallace, so that's not going to happen. Could they go Caleb Lomavita here? Are they going to go Caleb Lomavita? Oh, I wonder. Because they could, if they save money with... Oh, they did! They did! They went Caleb Lomavita! Yeah, I know I called that. I just said it. Oh, man. You know, I did not see that when I was saying that. I was connecting dots in my head. Because that makes sense. So I think they saved a little bit of money with Seaver King. And now they're going to be able to take Caleb Lomavita and they can offer him a little bit more. So, you know, I was not looking at that when I said that out loud. I was not looking. All righty. Well, there it is, everyone. There it is. Well, we got the first round complete. Round 2. Does that start tonight? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not starting, or I'm not going to be watching round 2. I'm sorry. I am. very tired after today. Very tired. So, but overall, everyone, I thought this was a really good draft. I mean, Bazana, I thought that just made sense for him to go to number 1. I still think they're going to be able to save some money with that. $10.5 million. I don't think he's going to get that. I think he'll end up getting 9.5 to 10 million, somewhere in that range. Colin, round 2 is still tonight. Yeah, I'm not going to stay on for it, everyone. I just wanted to do the first round for tonight. I just wanted to react to those picks. Was a little surprised about Chase Burns. I guess the Reds, I guess they just weren't sold on Charlie Condon in the end. So they just wanted to go pitching there. I think they saw more upside. The Rockies got a birthday gift. I think the Rockies might have won. I think the Rockies might have won this draft, to be completely honest. I can't believe I'm saying that. The Rockies are on the rise, everyone. The Rockies are on the rise. I love the Nick Kurtz pick. I think that's great. That's their next, what's the right way to say it? That is their, okay, I'll just say it. That's their next Jason Giambi without any assistance. Yeah, I said it. Hagen Smith, I love that pick. I think that's a really nice pick there. It's kind of funny because they're going to be trading away Garrett Crochet here. And now you just picked up another just amazing lefty, right? I think that's awesome for the White Sox. Jack Caglione, I mean, that's a birthday gift for the Royals. That's a guy with a bunch of power upside. I think he could end up playing the outfield. I think that ends up being a really nice pick for the Royals. I think that arm would play in a corner outfield spot. JJ Weatherholt, I think that's a solid pick for the Cardinals. It'll be interesting to see because I think he's going to be a fast riser. So I wonder, I'm not kidding. I think Weatherholt, I think you could see him by the end of next year. I really do. I really think that. So the question is, Mason Wynn, Nolan Gorman, do they end up, does Nolan Gorman end up moving? I don't know. I think that's going to be interesting. That's going to be a conversation that comes up because Weatherholt is going to move fast. I'm going to tell you that right now. Christian Moore, I think that's a nice aggressive pick for the Angels. I would have liked for them to have gone with a high school guy, but in the end, it is what it is. I think it's fine. Christian Moore, I think that's going to be a guy. I think that's also going to be a guy that's going to give some energy for the Angels organization. Sure, it's a college guy. They're probably going to move along pretty quick, but I think that's going to be a guy he could end up being that, like that chip on shoulder kind of a player in your organization that's just going to have just a guy that's just going to, what's the right way to say it? Just some energy, some emotion out there. He's going to be like that fuel for the Angels. I love that. Connor Griffin, tons of upside, obviously. Personally, I'm a Bryce Rayner guy. That's just me. But I can see why the Pirates would take him because he's 6'4". He's an absolute alien. I did like that. Seaver King. That was a bit of a surprise, but after taking Caleb Lomavita, I could understand why that ends up happening there. They probably save a little bit of money here with Seaver King. My guess is they probably end up going like $5.5 million for Seaver King, maybe 5.6. They use the rest of that for Caleb Lomavita there. Bryce Rayner, I love that for the Tigers. That's their future shortstop. That's perfect. You got Max Clark and Bryce Rayner up the middle. I think that's amazing. Like the future of the Tigers is looking really bright. And you got Jackson Jobe. Are you kidding me? The Tigers look amazing. Braden Montgomery, yeah. Personally, I am more of a Cam Smith fan, to be completely honest with you. I like Braden Montgomery. I'm a hit over a power guy. Braden Montgomery is more of a power guy at this point. I'm a little afraid of the swing and miss. There is a little bit of chase with Braden Montgomery. And actually, just taking a look here, Braden Montgomery, when it came to, or no, sorry, not the chase rate. I take that back. With the contact, right? He was 16th overall out of, how many guys did I have on here? Out of 20 guys, he was 16th overall in contact percentage, but he was 6th overall in exit velocity last year. But he was top 10 when it came to chase rate. So again, there's some swing and miss there with Braden Montgomery. I think if the Red Sox just clean that up, yeah, you could end up having a really special bat on your hands. Absolutely. James Tibbs, I think that's a fine, safe pick. That's a very chalk-like kind of a pick there for the Giants. Good power upside. Cam Smith. Again, Cam Smith makes good contact, has that power frame, 6'3", 225. I think for me, him at Fenway Park would have been amazing. But it is what it is. I think it's a great pick for the Cubs. Gerangelo, I think that was a pretty fun pick for the Mariners there at 15. I'm not surprised at it in hindsight because you were starting to see the Mariners and him get connected in different mocks out there. So overall, I could see why he went before you Savage because I think there's more of a ceiling there with him. I mean, when you have a guy that's a switch pitcher, he could end up going down. Well, it's easy to say he could go down as the best switch pitcher of all time because obviously we haven't had a whole lot of them, but he could be really special. It could be a fun thing, and we've seen what the Mariners have done with college pitching. It's crazy what they've done. PJ Morlando, I'm not surprised about that pick for the Marlins, to be completely honest with you. Peter Bendix, okay, coming from a Rays system where they value upside, they're really looking for value. At the end of the day, I guarantee you they're going to be able to save a lot of money with him. The slot value is 4.70. I guarantee you end up getting him for probably like 3.5. So I think the Marlins, that's clearly showing they're trying to maximize this draft as much as possible. But PJ Morlando, there is projection there. He has the frame. Let's see if that power can come in. And because he already has that good hit tool, right? Braylon Payne, that's such a Brewers kind of a pick, right? There's a bit of a reach there, good athleticism, a guy with a decent hit. That's a Brewers kind of a pick in the end. Theo Gillen, love that pick for the Rays. Top high school player out of Texas. He's like Nick York plus, where he had that shoulder surgery, but he's more athletic than Nick York. Way more with the hit, in my opinion, and much more with the power. Again, Nick York plus. I like that move. Rays, good reach. They'll probably be able to save a little bit of money with that as well. Carson Benge, that's a safe pick. He's pretty solid all the way across the board. I think for the Mets, let's see if they can even get a little bit more out of him. Savage, I think that's a solid pick that's a solid value pick at number 20, number 11 overall on boards. I think that's just a good, safe pick for the Blue Jays. At this point, they need good vibes. And that farm system has taken a bit of a hit in the last couple of years. So I think getting a safe guy like him, I think it just gives some stability in that farm. Kalen Culpepper, hey, you're getting just a pretty solid, in my opinion, a second baseman. He's listed as a shortstop, but he's probably going to be more of a second baseman at the end of the day. But a guy that's going to be able to hit well. He's going to be a good makeup kind of a guy. I absolutely love Vance Honeycutt to the Orioles. I think that is just amazing. I think that's such a good pick, right? Honeycutt could be an absolute superstar, and I think that's the best possible home for him. A guy that he's going into a baseball factory breeding ground. Look at what they've done with some of these position players here. It is off the charts what the Orioles have done. Vance Honeycutt, I think, has a real chance to be a star. Now, I will also mention this. Could this mean they just drafted Honeycutt? Could this end up being a scenario where maybe the Orioles are more comfortable trading one of these higher prospects, like an Enrique Bradfield Jr., like a Dylan Beavers? Could they include maybe one of those guys in a trade to go get a starting pitcher? Now that you have a pretty advanced prospect in Vance Honeycutt, I'm just saying, look out for that when it comes to the Orioles. I think that's something to think about there. I think that's interesting. I said it earlier in the show. I think Skubal is the guy the Orioles need to go after. I think they need to go after Skubal in every single way possible. Garrett Crochet, sure, but at the end of the day, Crochet with the innings limit, yeah, you would have him for next year, but I think Skubal, that's a guy you're going to be able to count on to start in the postseason. Crochet, you're just not really sure what he's going to give you in the postseason. It could end up being where he's more of like that Andrew Miller kind of a type. I don't know if that's what the Orioles need right now, personally. I think they need Scooble, and I think drafting Honeycutt gives them even more flexibility now to go just crazy and offering a package for Scooble. So I think that's very interesting. Kellen Lindsey, that's a Dodgers kind of a pick. Good upside pick there. Lots of athleticism, a pretty good hit tool as well. Needs the power. But look out for Kellen Lindsey. That could be a guy. They were comparing him to Trey Turner. There is definitely that comparison there with a good hit. Right now, he's a bit underdeveloped, but there is that raw ability with him where he's just so fast and he has a good hit already. Keep developing a bit more. He could end up being a really good player for the Dodgers down the road. Caminiti, I think that's a really good pick for the Braves if they can sign him. I'm very nervous right now about Caminiti going to LSU, though. I think it's very possible that he ends up going to LSU. I'm sorry, Braves fans. I know that might be heartbreaking, but you got Alex Anthopoulos. You have a guy that can go get a deal done. It could end up being here. You're going to have to go pretty over slot for Caminiti, to be completely honest. I think you might have to, I don't know. So it's pretty much comes down to, at least in my opinion, are the Braves going to use their draft pool money or more of it to secure Caminiti? It depends. I don't know. Caminiti is going to require more than that $3.56 million. At least I would think it would. I could be wrong. But if you want to prevent him from going to one of the best programs in the country, I think you need to give him more than the 3.56. Cash Mayfield, solid high school pick for the Padres. No surprise there. They draft high school players all the time. Good upside with him. Good lefty. Good projectable frame. 6'4". Good stuff already. Good velocity. Good pick for the Padres. Ben Hess he is like the most Yankee pick of all time. Like, he is such a Yankee pick. Just a college player, a high floor guy. That is literally what the Yankees take every single year. Like, it's almost every single year, right? Ben Hess is like the most Yankee pick of all time. Dante Nori, yeah, a bit of a reach there for the Phillies. I was expecting maybe something a little different here, but I could see why. There's projection there. He's a little undersized. He's 5'10", but whatever. The guy hits. He's a good athlete. So the Phillies, they're just improving that competitive window if they can end up getting him developed. Walker Yannick, that's actually one of my favorite picks of this first round. I really like that. Houston needs a catcher in their system. You don't draft for need, but it ends up working out for the Astros. They kill two birds with one stone, taking a high-value player, the best overall catcher in this draft, and it helps fill a need at the same time. Slade Caldwell, same thing there. When it came to Dante Nori, I'm surprised Nori ended up going before Slade Caldwell, to be completely honest, but Caldwell, he's a little shorter when it comes to Dante Nori, but the same profile, good hit, good athleticism there. Like that pick for the Diamondbacks a lot. I love Malcolm Moore to number 30 to the Rangers. There's a lot of upside with the bat there. Really like that a lot for the Texas Rangers. Who knows if he ends up staying as a catcher? I feel like he's going to end up being a first baseman down the road. But either way, I like that a lot. And then we had some of these other, competitive balance picks here. We had Waldschmidt. That's a great pick for the D-backs there. I thought he was going to go in that anywhere from that 10 to 20 range. Ends up going number 31 to the D-backs. Are you kidding me? And also, I forgot to mention this one. The Orioles, they're getting a decent college shortstop here in Griff O'Farrell. I think with Griff O'Farrell, I think he's probably going to stick at shortstop. You can move him around because he does move well enough. He has a pretty decent arm too. But he's a guy, he could probably play, he's going to move around in the infield in my opinion. So I like that. I think Griff O'Farrell, that's like literally where exactly I thought he was going to go. Somewhere in that, that compensation round, that competitive balance pick kind of around. So taking a look here, you had Kyle DeBarge. Again, a young, projectable shortstop there. Undersized, but good athlete. Good with the hit tool. So, again, it never hurts to get a young shortstop like that. So, overall, like that too. And then we had the competitive balance A round. Blake Burke, power hitter, going to the Brewers. That, it's funny with the Brewers because they like to take those up the middle kind of players, but they also take these power guys too. So I'm not surprised to see that. I'm just surprised it wasn't Tommy White. I thought Tommy White would have gone here. I don't know. I don't know what the Brewers saw there. You had J.D. Dix there. Hey, guy with a, pretty decent upside there. Again, another one of these young shortstops. Braylon Doty. I think that's a great move for Cleveland. My guess is they signed Pizzana there, get a bit of a savings, and then they use the rest of that for Doty and prevent him from going to college. Levi Sterling, I don't think I touched on this one. A bit of a reach for the Pirates, but, a guy with some projection here. He's 6'5" for crying out loud. Has a good repertoire already, a 4-pitch mix. Has a good curveball as well. Probably the next best curveball after William Schmidt, who's now going to LSU. Brody Brecht, absolutely love this pick for the Rockies. I think this guy could end up being like a future closer for the Rockies, to be completely honest with you. I don't see him being a starter. Maybe I'm wrong. I think the best bet for Brody Brecht is a closer long-term, but this to me would be such a perfect fit for the Rockies, considering Coors Field sliders tend to play a lot better. And the last pick of this round, Caleb Lomavita, I was literally saying as I was going to the page, I'm like, oh man, maybe the Nationals, that savings that you probably are going to get with Seaver King, maybe they could use that on Caleb Lomavita. And then we go to the page, and then it was Caleb Lomavita. So, did the Oakland A's take? So actually, hold on a second. We got the second round. So I'll check on the second round here. Oh, Tommy White. Okay. Look at that. Look at that. Oakland taking Tommy White. He feels like a Oakland A, doesn't he? He kind of just feels like that. Or soon to be a Sacramento A, maybe. Or a Las Vegas A. I like that. I like that for Oakland. Got a couple more. David Shields went to the Royals. So, it's a high school picture. Jared Thomas going to the Rockies. So so he's coming out of Texas. Jared Thomas. He was number 60 overall. Again, another one of these guys. Good hit, good athlete. There's Jonathan Santucci going to the Mets. Wyatt Sanford going to the Pirates. Like that. Luke Dickerson, one of these young shortstops, going to the Nationals. The Nationals having themselves a pretty decent draft overall. What do you know? The Angels taking yet another college player. Chris Cortez at number 85 overall. Good fastball, good slider, but not really much else. Doesn't throw a lot of strikes. I don't know. Not a fan. Not a fan of that. Jonathan Santucci, that's a decent left-hander. I'm not sure why Santucci didn't go to the Angels here. I think the Mets probably busted out laughing when they took Chris Cortez instead of Jonathan Santucci. The Red Sox just took their pick. Peyton Toll. Oh, yeah. I like this. Guy with a decent fastball, and he's 6'6". He's huge. Like that. Decent. I think he still needs to fill some stuff in, but when it comes to the pitching development in the Red Sox system now with Craig Breslow running the show, this is what I was saying. Remember what I said when Trey Savage, when I was thinking of could the Red Sox take a pitcher in the first round, I was saying this to all of you. I was saying I could really see Breslow not going pitching in the first round and just looking for value in the later rounds. So here they go. And they got one. A guy with decent velocity, but he's 6'6". So if they can really tap into some stuff here, I'm just saying, not bad. All right. He needs to work on some, getting some of the breaking stuff going, some of the off speed. Tyson Lewis, one of the young shortstops, going to the Reds. All right. But everyone, I'm going to wrap this up here, everyone. I want to thank you for everything tonight. This has been a great stream. We hit over 1,000 people at one point. We did this the last couple, or did we do this 2 years ago? I can't remember. But we did this last year, and another successful draft. You guys are amazing. Thank you for coming out tonight. Let me just double check there weren't any more super chats coming in. Jimmy Productions, $1.99. Nick York for Kyle Finnegan. I don't think the Red Sox really go after relief pitching. I think they're going to go after starting. So my eyes are on Zach Eflin. If we could somehow get him, that would be amazing. I'd love that. But Kyle Finnegan, I do think he ends up getting moved. So that reminds me, everyone, this week I will be posting one trade for each team. We have done this video for the last 3 years, and we are once again going back to it. Please keep your eyes out for it. Make sure that notification bell is turned on, so that way you know it is uploaded. That is one of my biggest videos of the year. So make sure that bell is turned on so you get notified. Share the show. Hit the like on the way out. We hit 1,000 likes. Thank you for that. And if anyone is still here and not subscribed, smash the crap out of that subscribe button. Everyone, I'm out of here. Thank you so much for a great night. Thank you for coming out tonight, and I'll talk to you next time.